Scientite has vanished from the land. Their absence brought by heroes thought a new threat close at hand. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. And silver spotlight then. With his charm, Donald's ball, together they defend. The Wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. The world awakes, a slumber shakes. 2,000 years combine, its conquers greed, a vengeful deed leaves naught but ash behind. With every town they tear it down, their warpath ever wends. The dead arise, 'neath chaotic skies, their march it never ends. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. My blood lanes fight and silver spotlight then. With his charm, God's fall, together they defend. The Wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. From the archipelagos, chains the undead holds now free. A spectral tide they surge and glide across the southern sea. The Wildlands weakens, darkness creeps. All seems but a dream, but heroes' hearts will play their parts and light the darkest gleam. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Harry's mind, God makes fire and silver spotlight. Winnie's charm, God's blow, together they defend. The Wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. So gather round, let trumpets sound, and banners be unfurled. For in this fight for what is right, lies a fate of world. With courage sown, the seeds of peace in Wildlands shall parade. And tales be told of heroes born who broke the world breakers' chains.
All right. Hello, and welcome, my friends. Give me one moment while I shift. There we go, so that you guys are looking at the actual player screen and not at my screen. Welcome on in. Welcome and hello. It's been quite a long time since we last played the Wildlands, and we are kicking off tonight with session number 70 for our first December game. The next December game will be on our normal Saturday time slot in 2 weeks. So join us for session 71 when that rolls around. But for now, we are going to play session number 70. I'm going to dive in and do a quick recap. It's actually a very long recap. I don't mean to be silly with that, but so much crazy shit happened last time that I pumped out a pretty decent recap. So I'm going to go over to the crew and get them situated, and I will be in and out of stream on occasion, but won't be paying a whole lot of attention to it, as those of you who are no stranger to the stream are aware. But there should hopefully be people hanging out. Maybe not, I don't know. It's been kind of dead. Our community's been kind of vacant the last month or so, month and a half or so. So we'll see what happens. But best case scenario, you got someone to talk to. Worst case scenario, you don't. Without further ado, I'm going to dive over to my friends and amigos, my compatriots, my players, and see what we got going on. I see we are down somebody. That's no good. Okay.
She's restarting. Her camera wasn't working.
Ah, okay. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us on a Friday night. for our first December session. This is session number 70. I'm going to go ahead and just do a very quick recap, as quick as I can make it. I just was telling the stream that it's kind of an elongated recap, but I'm going to give it to you as fast as I can. That's what she said. All right, that sets the stage for the evening. Here we go. So, November 2024, Part 2. This was session number 69. You guys were not having a good time. It was definitely not nice. So, the group made little to no game plan on what they would do if or when they found Mama Mundi before moving towards the west. I don't like that that's my first sentence, but it has to be what it is. Very shortly thereafter, the group heard the taunting laughs of the creature they sought. Suddenly, Winnie and Bloodmane entered a zone of entropy that washed over them in hot, humid waves. From the darkness to the north, rapidly fired beams of energy began raining down upon them. In an instant, they sprung to action, but within 50 seconds, the group had been completely overwhelmed by their lack of strategy and communication. Sybil was outright killed and raised as a zombie. Following her, Bloodmane fell in the same manner. As enchantment beams and telekinetic rays roiled through the field, Ulrich was turned to stone. Winnie and Gartok, both enchanted by the creature's charms, talked to it and asked it to leave with their asked them if they could leave with their friends and Mama Mundi. The creature had the upper hand and refused, but offered them a bargain. The offer was 2 of their 3 fallen friends in exchange for Mundi. Winnie refused and allowed the monstrosity to keep its prize. Gartok and Winnie then took the corpses of their friends out of the entropy field. As they did so, the bastard vanished with its winnings. Mama Mundi herself. Winnie tried desperately to read the scrolls of Revivify that she had in the bag of holding, but unfortunately both attempts failed and the scrolls turned to soil in her hands. Frustrated, her and Gartok managed to rest for a short while so that Winnie could transform into an ox and pull the corpses and statue of their comrades out of the veil. When they reached the exterior, they realized that the veil gate was actually gone. The 2 then rested for the evening, and when they awoke in the morning, Winnie returned Ulrich to his fleshy self via restoration magic. Ulrich immediately called upon the gods to perform a wish incantation, wishing for the resurrection of Bloodmane, but failed against the might of Bloodmane's patron, the Deep Old One, who decided to claim him for his failure in capturing the siren he was sent to retrieve. Bloodmane stone-souled on his resurrection. With that, Ulrich didn't think twice, pulled out his scroll of resurrection, laid it out, and began working his divine magic on Sybil. So we are in Milestone XP. This is the first time I've actually had to say this campaign, but that was a failed milestone. That was a milestone. That was a failed milestone, and you guys did not benefit from the level from it. So that's that. It is currently Friday the 7th of... Oh, fuck me. It's Friday the 13th in real life, so this should be fun. We went straight from session 69 into a Friday the 13th game. That's foreboding. So it is in-game Friday the 7th of Ogtet at about 12 p.m. Tonight is night 1, just as a reminder, of the full moon. Tomorrow is night 2 of the full moon. Sunday the 9th is the waning moon, and the new moon is on the 10th, Monday. So that's all I have for those notes. I don't have anything else here that I think would be pertinent to discuss right now. Does anybody have any questions, comments, clarifications before we dive straight into it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let me go ahead and
I
turn...
like that Bloodmane and Sybil are zombies.
I don't.
Well, they're not zombies now. They're dead now, but they were killed and brought back as zombies before you guys fucked them up. Alright. So, what has just transpired is that Ulrich called upon the gods to invoke his divine wish incantation, and the wish did not come true. Ulrich busted his scroll out, turned towards the zombified corpse of Sybil, and began a resurrection incantation. So the spell has kind of sprung into being at this point. So what exactly is it that you guys are doing?
Winnie would, realizing what happened since she'd been through it before, she would probably say a prayer to Obed High as the scroll's getting cast, and she's gonna try to stay out of the way as much as possible since she burned a couple of scrolls already.
Okay.
Kartok will just kind of stand and wait because he's seen Ulrich cast spells like this, but he doesn't want to interfere or anything.
And then the only other thing that I think Winnie would do is, like once she knows that he officially started, she might just try to like coax Sybil into coming back. Like you have to come back and tell more stories. You got to tell this story. You have to help us get Bloodmane back. Just trying to encourage her.
Okay. So.
Gotta use something like there's more coffee to drink.
You haven't finished your bag yet.
Well, that's true. I could use the coffee like smelling salts. Come back.
That's actually pretty badass.
Come back or I'll drink it all out.
All right, so as the incantation kind of takes off, you guys see the scroll flashes with energy, and the golden runes on the scroll begin to kind of in rapid succession fire over the body. The casting time is 1 hour. So as the magic begins to kind of peel, 1 second, there is a burst of energy around you guys, and you guys see Sybil's body kind of writhes for a moment and rises up off the ground, levitates about 6 inches with these crackling bolts of energy kind of dancing in and around her body. The energy you see is pulsating from Ulrich's form. It's coming up and out of his chest as he speaks the incantation. The energy leaves his mouth, and this is about 30 minutes in when this barrier, this bubble around you forms with all of this energy kind of crackling and zipping around you. So, Sybil, you are kind of drifting through the void, as you've been on this journey once or twice, twice to be exact. At least this kind of journey. And you begin to hear the sound of static electricity, kind of like the cracks and the pops of impending energy. Your form, not entirely sure where it's going at this point, as you drift aimlessly in the void, kind of turns around and looks down, and under you, a good ways under you, you can see this large bubble of energy, kind of similar to what you're seeing on the field here, crackling with energy, and it kind of instinctually tugs at you. You feel a tug from the center of your, like it's like the chakra in the center of your body kind of pulls you downwards ever so slightly, and you hear Winnie's voice. Winnie, what? I apologize. What did you say exactly?
You still have more stories to tell. You have to come back so that you can tell them. The biggest story is yet to come.
Whether or not you're convinced by that, you hear it. So I'll let that be a Sybil choice.
Yeah. He's gotta go finish her stories.
Begrudgingly, you begin to descend upon the bubble above
Peaceful
you.
up here. It's a lot scarier down there.
It is a fuckload scarier down there. All right. So is anybody doing anything else within the context of this ritual that I should know about?
At some point, if it doesn't seem like it's working, Winnie might actually take out the coffee beans. And
So it's kind of tough to tell whether or not it is or is not working because the ritual takes an hour to cast, and then zap, it either works or it doesn't. So
Yeah, I
you
think
will
she
not
should
have time
probably-
to react to that.
we should probably take out the coffee beans, just like as we're sitting here. Like, I wouldn't put them on her or anything, of course, but just take them out and like waft the smell over her body.
Okay, go ahead and roll percentiles for me. 1 to 50 is a success, 51 to 100 is a failure.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back to you having spilled the beans everywhere.
70.
Don't spill the beans. And it's a failure. Okay.
It didn't help.
I do have a question.
Sure.
In the course of fuckery with this campaign, Sybil's become a little bit more religious. Does she? Kind of looking around, she's in the sky. She's in that domain, so to speak. Does she feel the comforting presence of the god she prays to at all?
Nope. You feel
Well, that's-
void. It is
Yep, that's
absolute
terrifying. Okay.
nothingness.
Starting to reconsider that the ground's scarier than here. Yeah.
Now, it's still having your consciousness as your spiritual energy has not been eviscerated to nothingness. You are conscious of the fact that there should be a presence. If you truly have the belief in a god, there should be a presence here, so something is not right.
Oh, I hate that.
So I guess seeing Winnie kind of just talk and not really understanding Ulrich's magic, because it's so different from Gartok's, he's like, oh, that must be part of the spell. Winnie knows better. So he's going to just go, need my poison. This.
Gartok, roll percentile dice. 1 to 50 is a success, 51 to 100 is a failure.
84.
Unfortunately, your cries for your poison, which was promised to you, do not pierce the veil and reach the void. But maybe it did. You don't know.
He's gonna assume it worked and he did his part, so that's gonna be the end of it.
All right. Anything else during this ritual?
No, I think that's enough.
Okay. So an hour passes. We are at about 1 p.m. now. And the ritual begins to come to its conclusion. There was a single success, which was the one that Winnie had at the beginning where she spoke out. So, Sybil, you have died twice. That means that you have a 4% chance of failure. However, because of the success, you have earned a 5% chance of success. However, because you have died, there is always a 1% chance that you fail. So you are at a 1% chance. It is your choice whether your failure is 1 or 100.
Low chance.
So if a 1 is rolled, you have failed. Here we go. That is an 83. So, there is a flash of energy as the Scroll of Resurrection. Ulrich, go ahead and make sure that you remove that from your inventory, please.
I already did.
Perfect. And as the this bubble kind of expands suddenly, kind of like a dying star gets ready to implode, it kind of goes outward suddenly, and then immediately kind of rockets into Sybil's form. As it does so, Sybil, you feel yourself very quickly being dragged towards the bubble. And all at once, Sybil the energy floods into her body. Her eyes pop open suddenly, and there is this kind of storm-esque burst of electricity that kind of crackles out from her eyes. She opens her mouth, and you guys physically feel the air around you almost in a vortex, unending for easily 10 seconds, flow around you and into her lungs. Her chest does not move, but the air fills her existence. And her body, boom, rests on the ground. She is unconscious at 0 hit points. And she's breathing.
Is that, does that mean it worked?
I'm just gonna throw a second level cure wounds into her.
Okay. Okay, you are healed, Sybil, for 17 hit points. As the incantation leaves Ulrich's mouth, he kind of rests his hand on Sybil. You see some of the entropy and I guess wounds from the throes of death, the weird kind of emaciated zombification of her corpse kind of springs back to life a little bit, ever so slightly. She still looks sick as shit. Sybil, this did not cure your HP reduction.
Okay, but I am conscious.
You are conscious. Also, you are currently at a -4 attack roll saving throw ability checks, and it'll take 4 days to get rid of that. Each day reduces it by 1.
Is there a way to put that into D&D Beyond, or is that a memory
I
thing?
don't think so, but what I'm going to do is on your character, I'm going to put a 4 in your red bubble so that we know what your modifiers are, and then I'm going to take a note of it on my end.
Cool, that works.
All right, so yeah,
and then
Sybil's
I
eyes, boop.
And I remember the horrible void
You-
godless experience.
You remember yes, yep, and you remember everything up until the point that you died. You do not remember your zombification.
Okay, so it's going to be the eyes open and just kind of looking around wildly before she... Or like, she doesn't move to get up yet. She's just looking around trying to figure out what the fuck.
Okay. Are you okay? Okay. Auric, did it work? She was something else before she died.
That definitely feels like it worked.
Oh, I'm alive, I think. Yep. Well, I can talk, and you look like you hear me, so I'm alive. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, it's 1 for 2, so...
1 for... what?
Winnie will kind of nod her head toward Emig's body.
Yeah, and you see the very emaciated, zombified corpse of Emig lying there.
Sybil is going to painstakingly get to her feet. It's not the quick, like, leap to her feet that she would normally do. It's definitely like the slow, everything hurts kind of moving. Fuck. Okay. Everyone else okay? Wait, where's... Nope. Everyone else okay?
Yeah.
I don't fully know what happened. I kind of woke up out here, so...
I had to make a choice, and I made it.
Sybil's expression is going to go just very, very still, and she's just gonna nod. Like, it's you visibly see the mask go up. And she nods once.
So, we tried to get Emig back, and it didn't work, and he's stone sold, so we need to get him somewhere. Ulrich, we don't have any other scrolls that could do anything, do we? Do you have any?
No, that was the last of anything that I had, so...
Okay.
Bringing back from the dead wise.
What are our other options then? We tried Revivify, and I couldn't get the scroll to work. You
Well-
tried Resurrection, and it failed.
Where are we now?
We're just outside where that soldier was.
Where's he?
I'm assuming he took off. I tried to reach out to him before we came out here because we didn't know what to expect, and when we got out here, he was gone.
All right. So we need to reach out to him, and we need to reach out to someone who can. I'm assuming you don't have the energy to teleport us right now. Looking at Ulrich.
I can use the staff.
Then.
That's what I forgot to ask, Kevin. The staff recharges at dawn, right? So I didn't roll any more new charges for the staff because I was kind of in a block.
Yeah, so let me take a quick look at that, and then I want to look at the rules for petrification. I'll get back to you in just a moment.
Sure, no problema.
Okay, so we. Can you send messages at all?
I can. I can
And-
send one.
One, only one. Winnie, can you?
No, I've never been able to do that, unfortunately. I could use
Contact
the
it.
sending stone, but it only goes to one other person. What, Gartok?
I was gonna say Gartok, just expecting Sybil to turn to him and ask for no reason whatsoever, just shakes his head before she can ask.
Casey, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt this. Casey, go ahead and roll the 4d6 plus 2. My calling on this is because it is a legendary weapon. It transcends being petrified. Therefore, because you were petrified does not mean that this thing was stuck in time.
Okay, so you said how about
It's
4?
yeah, you regain 4d6 plus 2. So you'll go from 16 to 26. Right? Because that's 8 plus the plus 2 is 10,
Yep,
so
10, yeah.
26. Okay. Not a shabby item.
Okay, so. How long were we in there?
We were in there, so are you asking how long we were in there, or how long has it been since we got here?
I'm trying to figure out if there's any chance that we can track Jorgen down the mundane way before we send a message and use some of our limited resources. We need to know where he's at before we find our way out of here.
It's possible, especially between you and Gartok. It's been a few hours, but well, it's been several hours, but we also have to make sure we bring him with us. And she's motioning toward you. She's like, you'll notice she won't look at his body. She keeps motioning toward it, but she will not look.
And Sybil's all in business mode. We're having a great emotional time. I'm not particularly good at tracking. Gartok, can you see if you can find him without going too terribly far, or at least find where he may have gone?
Gartok will nod and I guess make over to where we saw him last and see if I. Oh, geez, move my camera the wrong way. I'll move Gartok in a second.
Okay.
As for him, I'm assuming he's too heavy for us to be able to easily move.
I can
And
change my shape and carry him.
at the risk of being insensitive, can you carry him in the bag?
There's no way there's enough weight.
We don't. There's not enough space. We have too much crap in there. I could get rid of some crap and leave it for someone else to find.
You also have to get him to fit in the bag. He's not going to fit in the open.
All right, then when it's time, we'll find a way to transport him. If that is you changing shape, so be it. Are there any others that we are going to be transporting, or just Emig?
Just Emig.
There's just a momentary pause and then a nod. All right, then we find the trail. Whether or not Gartok can or cannot track him down will determine whether or not we use the sending stone or send a magical spell to communicate, then we'll teleport all of us out of here.
Gartok, go ahead and give me a survival check as you begin to scan the ground for where this guy once was. So it's interesting, Gartok, because you remember that this guy was here, and you can see where he was kind of sitting. He had himself kind of propped up, and actually, I'm gonna move you. He had actually had himself propped up kind of over by this signpost here, and you can see where he had kind of left a mark in the ground. I'm gonna move you again. Just bear with me here. I'm showing you the path that you're capable of tracing. So you follow him down here as he kind of nonchalantly stepped through the blood and left his footprints in the blood. You see they go both east and west. However, they double back from east towards west. And he kind of so they go west, they stop about here, double backs, he goes this direction about quarter mile down the road, and then stops and decides to come back the other direction. It's unfortunately right about here at the fork that goes kind of southwest where you lose legit trail, but you think that he is going this direction.
Right, and I guess is it possible to tell like a pace to how far he might have gone during that time?
Based on his pace, give me an intelligence check, because that is a lot of very specific math.
That makes sense.
It's tough to tell, but I will tell you. I will give you this as player to DM and not as friend to friend. You guys long rested and short rested, and the dude moved probably immediately. He was definitely not out here when you long rested, so he's been gone at least 8 to 10 hours now. At the minimum, so do with that what you will. Actually, that reminds me as well. Gartok, can you give me... Actually, yeah, it's going to be Gartok and Ulrich. I need you to both give me perception checks. Winnie, I know yours is high, but there's a particular reason why Gartok is getting this.
Not even questioning it.
Damn, had to one-up me.
So, Gartok and Ulrich, as Gartok is kind of making his way back over, you both stop suddenly because in the absolute dead silence that is everything about this area, from the east, you guys hear the call of a single seagull. Not north towards the ocean, east down the path.
That's obviously very unnatural, I'm guessing.
I mean, seagulls are natural to this area. It's odd because there's not even fucking crickets or flies here because the dead have just eviscerated everything. So this is the first time you've heard something living other than yourselves and that one dude.
I guess Gartok will kind of just go back. Look towards Sybil first. Well, he'll probably be looking up as he like hears the sound as he's walking back. And then when he gets there, he'll turn to Sybil and go, "Very far that way," and he'll point west, down the road that we came from.
That's not where you were looking.
That way. Then turn back.
Probably paced around for a while waiting.
Then it's probably worth a few of the resources to send a message to him, see if he's somewhere that we can still offer aid or a teleportation. He'll be moving faster than we will. And she's trying not to cough. In the meantime, Winnie, your stone that connects to Mylar.
Mylar and Ezekiel. We could
Is-
talk to you.
Is
Could you hear
that
the
a
seagulls?
once a day?
Yeah.
Or is
Yeah.
that a back and forth?
Did it come across on here though, or in the stream?
Once a day.
No, on here, because I have the stream muted. Or I have the tab muted, so it's on.
Oh, so it came through
Right,
actually
and
on
Ulrich,
here.
Where
I think
can
so.
you
Really?
teleport us to with
You
the
have
staff?
you for sure have the stream muted.
Yeah.
I should be able, if I understand it correctly, should be able to take us back to the Grove, I believe.
I'm assuming we'd be planning a reincarnation then.
Oh, there's another one we can try, but I would have to be able to rest before I would have to try it. If we could try Raise Dead.
Oh, Raised Dead, that's the one I was thinking of.
Okay, so is the Grove the best next stop, or do we meet up with one of the brothers?
Ulrich, what do you think? I don't know. We'd have to gather the materials and everything for reincarnation, and if he doesn't come back as him, he may not be real thrilled.
That's why I was thinking of trying Raise Dead first.
Do we have the materials
He'll be
for it?
weakened. We won't need it. Because the only way I can cast it is the same way I tried to bring him back. First
Nobody's responding to my sound effects.
Maybe it wasn't hearing. I thought I heard
Okay.
it.
Then, where would be the? Can you teleport us to one of your temples?
You're doing it in roll 20?
Nope.
No, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I
no,
only even,
Let me see if I can hear
because
it.
I don't fully understand the magic that I'll be using in the staff, it's not a spell I'm very familiar with, so I'm leaning on the staff heavily. But it's the one that I use to get us from. We may actually. Oh, now I'm thinking about it. Hold on, wait a minute.
I must have been hearing something in the music.
Hmm.
Because it sounded like, ah.
I might not be able to use the staff. We may have to rest and wait. Because I don't think I can use plane shift unless I'm at one of the gates already.
Okay. We have no other resources or abilities to travel any great distances magically.
Well, that's never mind.
I could plane shift us. I got the forked metal rod, but again, if we get back to the Grove, there's no guarantee we have the materials to do a reincarnation right now.
The Grove at least is a safer place to be able to recover a little bit. Whether it's we rest there and then gather the materials or something else. The Grove's safer than this place. You are able to plane shift us?
Yeah, I can plane shift us.
Alright,
I can't
then.
do teleportation, but I can plane shift us.
And that'll bring us to the Grove.
Yeah.
Then, Ulrich, can you reach out to Dragon Dawncaller? See where he's at, if he wishes to join us. And then, knowing we only have one set of messages, I don't know how you want to do that. Then afterwards, we'll plane shift, we'll recover, we'll figure it out from there. Unless someone has a better plan.
More plan than I put together. My plan was getting Emig back. But... Okay, I heard that.
And your plane shift
Did you
will
hear
be able
that?
to bring him as well, right?
Did anybody else hear that? What is that?
What?
It sounds like a horn.
I don't
Can I-
know.
can I
There's so
listen
much
closely?
ringing in my ears right now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a perception check, Winnie, if you want.
26.
to be fair, guys, I've been trying to play actual like live sound effects for the last probably 8 minutes. I
That was
haven't
the
heard.
first one I
I've
heard.
heard none of your conversation because my program doesn't want to work with me, so I had to do things the hard way, and I'm not happy about having to do it the hard way. But I've done it the fucking hard way. 26.
I was making plans. And
I know. Hey,
bullshit.
you do that and surprise me. As the DM, I want to be surprised by your guys' plans. Okay.
I was trying to indirectly ask a question. I
Okay.
just thought you were letting me flop around on my own.
With a 26 perception, yeah. Winnie from the east, you absolutely 100% hear something that sounds similar to a horn. And by the way, there were some seagull sounds too, but fuck me.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So for plane shift, it says you and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle are transported.
Yeah.
So with him being dead, it doesn't make him unwilling, but he's not exactly willing either.
When you become a corpse, you become an object. They are no longer a creature. They are nothing. Therefore, it does not count against the total number of things that can be transported. They can be put in a bag, thrown over your shoulder, cut in half. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so as long as he's in my possession, we're good.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay.
You are
so-
just it.
There's something coming from that direction. She'll point east. So we need to move, and if you're gonna send the message, send it. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna lift him. Maybe can someone help, like, put him over my shoulders or something? We need to do it quick. What we're doing, we need to move fast.
You hear the sound of the seagull again, and Gartok, as you had kind of identified it, you look up, and you see this seagull kind of swoop up and around you. Ooh. I just almost stretched him out to a very large size. It does this wide circle, and then it flies back kind of into the trees, but down the path.
Someone whose preferred terrain is, I guess one of them is coast. Does that seem like really odd behavior? This, I guess, unnatural.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you make a... You can make an animal handling check. As this is identifying the patterns of an animal. This is not uncommon behavior for a seagull if the seagull is looking for something. Much like a lot of birds, if they are seeking something out, they will do big, wide circles and narrow the circles when they have found something. This seagull kind of flew up and around you guys and then immediately made a tight turn and went back the way it came. It did not go any further than that, so do with that what you will. Winnie, go ahead and I want you to give me a perception check as well. Actually, anybody can make a perception check at this point.
Well,
With how
Okay.
close it was.
am I -4 or minus a D4?
-4.
My rolls tonight are massive. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna, as the bird flies by, my Gartog's gonna visibly follow like the bird with his whole head, and just eventually just go. Strange.
Okay, so 15, 20. Okay, so the 20 and the 15 are actually the two that would spot it. Sybil and Winnie, you both happen to notice that this this bird has I'm gonna share it with you. It has this is a really goofy picture, so just bear with me. But it has something tied around one of its legs. It looks like maybe a piece of some sort of string or rope or leather or something. But it's strapped around its right leg.
Winnie, did you see?
It did.
Can you call it to you?
I'll try to call.
Great
Yeah.
Arc Druid.
I'll try to call out to it and just like tell it to come here, come back.
Okay, I'm assuming you're screaming then, as it already flew down to
I
the
guess
east.
it is pretty far.
No, I'm asking for clarification. You're welcome to scream. I mean, you're fucking...
I don't
You're
know.
also a druid, so you can, like, do a seagull scream if you really want to. I mean, you speak...
Yeah, I would do a
Druidic.
seagull scream. I try to make it sound as animal as possible. Since
Do you
I
have
hear-
speak with animals?
That's what I was just looking at.
Because, like, that would be the...
So I have speech of the woods, and it says that beasts can understand my speech, and I gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions.
Okay. So since you didn't say that when this thing was flying over and crying, I'm not going to give you that benefit. That's something that you've got to do ahead of time, or you need to just have awareness of your character to tell me that that's what you're trying to do. However, yes, if you speak, it will be able to understand you.
Okay. Yeah, so I would try to call out to it. I would try to make it sound animalistic to get it to come back. So
Well, it understands your speech. That's what you just said. That whole thing is it understands your speech, correct? All
yes,
animals?
but my point was I didn't want to bring more attention to us with the horn that I'm hearing, so I was trying to make the animal sound was what I was going for.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question. Are you going to just caw out animal sounds, or are you going to try to mimic animal sounds? Or are you going to actually speak with your ability so that this thing understands you?
I'll just speak with my
They're
ability.
two totally different things.
I'll just speak with my ability.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I would say, can you come back here? Come back here.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm rolling a perception check for it. Okay, so Winnie, you hear, there's another cry from the seagull. You don't... okay, now, it understands you. You don't understand it, correct?
It says I can understand its motions. Hold on, I want to read exactly what it says. It says, you gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions.
Their noises and motions. Okay, so the noise that you... So you obviously, you can't see it right now because it's not within sight, but it's the noise you hear after you call out would roughly translate... Now, mind you, you're working with a creature that's very, very, very low intelligence. We're talking a small beast, which is probably 3 or 4 intelligence max. But the sound you get is... found them. She calls. She calls. And then 10-15 seconds later, you see it swooping up and over the trees again. Give me 1 second to throw it back on the map here.
Okay. I think it's spying on us. We should probably move.
Are you sure it's an enemy?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. Nothing.
Northlight's gonna pull out his bow and nod towards the bird.
And it's kind of, you hear it kind of like cawing. And you would hear it again when you would kind of understand it as... Found her! She's here! She's here!
And does it sound like it's it said found her, she's here. I don't know if it's talking about finding us or if it's talking about someone else.
Maybe I'm just desperate for a bit of luck when even the gods seem to have fucking abandoned us, but
Careful.
seems to me a bird with a thing tied to its leg that's circling us and then saying found her.
You guys begin to hear the sound of heavy armor clanking kind of in unison and moving your direction.
How long does your plane shift take to cast?
It's immediate. So if
Okay,
we're
so
sending a
just
message, let's do it.
send the message and we'll plane shift if we need to.
I'm hesitant of sending a message to possibly bring him back here to possible problems. So let's
As
figure
long as
that
we-
out, and then we can figure that part out later.
As long as we don't forget about him.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to pick up Emig as best as I can. Not like pick him up over my head, but just hold him up so that I can.
Yeah, I mean, you're strong as fuck, so that's really not an issue.
All right. So
And let's
Making
go
sure
see
he's-
who's coming for us. How close do we have to be to you?
we have to be holding hands.
Oh, we don't want to cast it unless that's actually what's necessary, so let's just stay close enough to.
What do you think? What do you think this is? If not someone coming for us, I don't know who'd be coming for us.
With any luck, Dragon got some of the others.
So we're just letting them come to us.
And if we need to, we'll plane shift out.
Okay, I'm gonna be.
What I am gonna do, Ulrich, do you have any resources left? Any magic you can do?
Yeah.
You. I can feel my spleen on the outside. Can you do anything about that?
I will cast a 5th level Cure Wounds.
Okay, 5th level Cure Wounds. Go ahead and roll it. Alright, holy fuck, 35 points. Yeah, so Sybil, as he kind of lays his hands on you quickly, there's a burst of energy that washes over you, and you definitely feel a lot better. You're still very, very tired. Like, this effect is more of an ordeal that makes you feel exhausted all the fucking time. It's like getting over a bad flu.
Between the death and the undeath, I still feel like shit, but I feel less shitty than I did a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. Can you ask the bird?
Who's? I'll holler up to the bird. Who do you see? Who's here?
So the bird, you see as it's kind of doing a really, really tight, narrow circle around you guys, kind of like it flies almost up on the side of its wing, and as it tilts to the side, it looks down and it calls out, kind of like down at you, but also to the east. You just hear it say, "She's here! Arc Druid! Found her!"
Yeah, okay, confirmed. It's spying on us. I don't know for who, but it's looking for me.
Okay, that still doesn't change the fact that it could be a friend.
The sound of chain and plates gets louder. And there's another blast of a war horn. You guys can see dust kind of rising to the east on the path. Do with that what you will.
What if it's the turtle?
Then we plane shift. What if it's not? What if it's someone that could actually help?
Help how?
Be able to offer shelter, food, healing, resources, information. Look at us, pretty much anything helps.
Alright, well, everybody, you need to be in a circle and you need to hold hands. Hold my hand, not just each other's. You need to, yeah, okay.
So, from the east, you see a group, kind of through the trees, a group of very, very, very heavily armored individuals, literally running your direction in kind of a quick step. Not a charge, but a quick step. Most of them are clad in full plate, and they are running your direction very, very rapidly, kind of down the path.
Are we able to make out any races? Like, does it look like Tortle or among them?
Or
So-
city colors.
Why don't you give me perception checks, and because it's through the trees, it's all going to be at disadvantage. That's a good disadvantage. Fuck.
The other one's a 20.
Fuck you. Okay.
We're paranoid as fuck as characters by now.
No,
Listen.
I'm alert, and I have a feat that says so.
That is true. You are alert. Okay. So, let's see. So so Ulrich and Gartok, you would make out, so you can't really tell. So here's the problem. They all have helms on. All of them. Every single one of them have helms on, so it's really tough to say. What I will say is that none of them are small-sized creatures. They are all medium-sized creatures. The one in front now has the seagull perched on its left pauldron. Excuse me, on its left. Yeah, no, I guess it would be the pauldron. I think is the shoulder plate. And the guy, the person leading this group, looks a little something like this. It is an entity wearing what appears to be golden full plate armor. This entity stands about 7 foot 6 inches tall, absolutely fucking massive. Has the golden full plate, and then there are these green glowing vines that are holding the joints of all of the armor together, all the way down into the fingertips. There is also another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 entities following very closely behind. The one in front is carrying a shield and a spear, but they're all carrying shields and something. There you see a couple of maces, axes, long swords, and they are moving your direction very quickly. Hang on one second, because you can't see Candace, so give me a second. You failed that roll. So Ulrich, you would be the succeeding one on this, since you were the only one above 20. You also see this. That is a banner being carried by the individual just to the southeast of that entity. So I will give you guys each a very quick, like 6 seconds to decide what you want to do.
So the one's got a banner with like 3 trees and some like wheat crossed underneath it. Not what I don't think I recognize.
You know what? Ulrich, make a history check.
Oh, I'm so good at those.
Yeah, you have no fucking clue. It's definitely one you have not, or you may have seen it, but boy, you don't remember it.
And any of the others of us try and see if that description sounds familiar?
Yeah, you can make a history check with disadvantage for those of you who are described it. Gartok, you also can't see it.
I don't even think Gartic would know because of who he is, so.
Okay, I rolled a 19 and a 20 on that. I really wanted to know, so I'm down to a 17.
So Winnie definitely, just that quick of a description is wild to you. And honestly, Sybil, even to you, it's like, it's a fucking crapshoot because there's, you know, in this archipelago alone, there are at least 5 nations that utilize wheat, sickles, and trees. So, and have green somewhere in it.
Let's wait for them. Let's see.
You see them fall kind of into formation up and around this tree as they move closer. Now, those of you who did not get that first perception check can see the golden-clad knight, and you can also see the banner as they are. I mean, they are not stopping; they are moving at you. Is anybody doing anything?
I mean, we're all holding hand or ready to hold hands. I guess Winnie would probably let go and just like put the hand that's not holding up Emig's body up, like, and then I would holler out, "We don't want to fight."
The golden-clad knight kind of raises his shield and sets it down in front of him, and you can see at this point it's a tower shield. And by the way, this man is almost 8 feet fucking tall, and it's a tower shield, so it stands up to his throat. The point of it, it's a kite shield as well, so it sticks into the ground hard. He takes his spear, sticks it in the ground, grabs his helm, and pulls it off completely, revealing underneath a completely bald Furbolg man with a teal braided goatee. Winnie, you immediately recognize this as Yin. And he smiles wide, and he kind of pats the seagull on the head, and he shouts out to you in Sylvan, "Your friend found you. He's been looking for you for months," he says.
So tears would instantly start flowing down her face, even though her face her expression hasn't changed, and she would gently lay Emig's body down and then run over and just throw her arms around her brother.
As you do so, you see the woman to the southwest or southeast of him kind of plants the banner. Winnie, as you look up at the banner now, you recognize the banner of your people, the Galorian Jungle Oasis. Yeah, well, because I mean,
Yeah.
again, so many have trees, wheat,
Yeah.
and it's like.
Yeah, so she would be. I mean, she would just not even be making noise, like just hugging him so tight, and then she'd say, "I am so glad it's you. I feel like I knew it was you, but it's never what I think."
Well, obviously that's not true, because this time it was me. God, I'm so happy to see you. And he kind of like throws his arms around you. He kind of pulls you in, and he looks over to the rest of the group. I knew you were alive because I could spy on you, but I know you couldn't spy on me, and I'm so sorry for that.
Oh, okay, so there's so much to say. You're nomadic, right? You travel. Do you want somewhere to go to rest, or do you...
He kind of puts his hand up as the rest of the group. He puts his hand up, and you see him kind of do this motion, pulls his fist downward, and the rest of the group, they all begin to peel their helms off, unbuckle and peel their helms off, and they set their shields down, and they kind of rest their helms on them. And he says, "Winfina, we're all that's left. This is it."
Well, we have a grove. We have forces, and you're all welcome. We just have to figure out how to get everybody there. We can, and she'll look back over at the group. There's no chance that if we gave you the materials, anybody could cast Raise Dead, is there?
You all look very lively to me. Who do you need raised? And he kind of turns his head, and he looks back at the female in the middle here, and he says, "Torka, do you think you can conjure a Raise Dead incantation for my dear sister?" And this kind of gruff-looking half-orc female with a busted tusk. One of her tusks is completely just severed at the actual tooth line. She kind of grins. You can see she's got like bloody tears that are coming out that are dried down her face. And she taps on her chest plate, which has an emblazoned holy symbol of Fultus, which is essentially a sun spiraling in a clockwork direction with a black vortex in the middle of it. "I think if Fultus wills it, maybe. But Yin, don't you think we should save that just in case those fucking turtle come back? Yin kind of nods and he says, maybe, but they're not here now. And as Foltus would have it, they are. They could maybe help us get out of here. We're in deep shit, Torka. You consult your god and tell me what you think. And she kind of... All right, Commander. Give me a moment. And you see she kind of reaches into her breastplate and she pulls out this actual physical holy symbol and she kind of crouches down behind the shield.
Minor thing, but when Winnie's brother asked, you all look lively to me, who needs it? Gartok will literally take like a very wide step to the side and, as obvious as can be, point directly at Bloodmane. Like, with one eye keeping, like, staying on the people.
Did you delete Winnie? Where is Winnie?
I'm pretty sure Sybil
Oh, she was...
is
I
just
see.
Yeah.
essentially
be there.
doing the, wow, Cat's blanking on it. What would that be? The Addie's, like, parade rest type
Parade
thing.
rest, yeah.
Thank
If you're
you.
at parade rest, yeah. So your hands are kind of like tucked behind your back, feet
Yeah,
separated.
she's fully in, like, work mode type thing. That mask is firmly on, and she's, yeah.
So Yin kind of, with his still kind of half embracing Winnie, he kind of steps back and he picks the tower shield up and sets it to the side, and he looks out over the group. Your friend here tells me a great deal about you. From your first meeting, apparently, he claims he knew that you were destined to be Archdruid of the Circle of the Shepherd. You'd make Grandfather proud.
She would, still has just tears just streaming down her face, even though she actually is smiling right now. And she'll reach up to the, seagull, and she'll give him, like, a little pet, and she'll say, I know exactly who you are. You saved him once, and I think you saved him again.
I'm maybe misunderstanding that reference.
Winnie is thinking it's the seagull that I sent to go get the diamond to bring Bloodmane back to life the first time when we were on the beach.
So the seagull, because it understands you, you see it kind of, do like that crazy seagull thing where they raise their head up and down a few times, and then it kind of lets out a couple, and you would hear that essentially as, yes, Archdruid, here, Winfina, found you, I'm Malik. You saved me. And it kind of goes on and just does this crazy thing, flits its feathers a little bit, kind of like walks back and forth on Yin's shoulder.
Yeah, so she would keep petting him, and then I'm gonna take it out of the bag of holding, but I'm gonna take out a ration and like hold it up for it to eat.
Yeah, it kind of greedily wolfs down the ration. Little bits of it anyways, because it's kind of, just nuts and stuff, and it's
Right,
not,
yeah.
seagulls aren't really like nut birds. But it takes a little bit of it. And it kind of like nudges Yin like in the face a few times. And then it kind of says, ask her. And Yin says, oh, goodness. I promised Malik here that if we did find you, that I would make you remove the leather straps you put on it to apparently save your friends a couple months ago that you never took off.
Yeah, she'd reach up immediately and make sure before she removed it, she'd make sure there wasn't any injury to the site, and then as long as it looked okay, she'd take the.
It's a little bit like sea soaked. Like it looks like salt has kind of built up and around where that part is. It doesn't look like it's affecting its movement any, but it's a little
No wound or
unsightly.
anything?
Nah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So she'd reach up and untie it and say, "I'm so sorry." And she'd give him another little like pet after and try to.
Yeah, kind of like coos and like nuzzles into your hand a little bit.
This is unbelievable, Yanni.
Well, you better fucking believe it, because here I am, and your friend Malik, and what remains of my order.
Yeah, we definitely we can all travel together. I was really worried.
Well, again, I apologize, and he kind of addresses everybody now. I apologize for not being able to be scryed upon, and he kind of taps a pendant on his chest that you pretty clearly recognize as a pendant against of proof against scrying. I couldn't be seen by that creature, or it would have been game over a long time ago. And unfortunately, when the undead dusted, the weird thing is, when the undead dusted, we thought that we had the upper hand, but its minions became very aggressive, very hyper-aggressive, and they scouted us out faster than we even had time to react to. We were 110 deep. We spent the last couple of months picking off the stragglers, which, we thought we were doing a good thing, and now there are 8 of us. So,
You were doing a good thing.
well, the crusade failed, so regardless of whether or not we were doing a good thing, we did not succeed in our mission. And praise be Obed High, I survived, so did my friends here. And I apologize for my rudeness. Allow me to introduce everybody, if you wouldn't mind.
No, please.
So Yin kind of kind of turns, and he steps back and addresses the group. So I'm gonna do some focus ping. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna ping everyone. So here, and here, our standard bearer, we have Nina and Ruby. These the only 2 siblings we had join our cause. You guys can see that they are both humans, and they both are kind of like darker skinned humans, jet black hair, but they have both emerald green eyes, and they look almost identical. Of course, you've already heard me speak to Torka, but allow me to introduce her properly. This is Torka. She is our cleric, one of the highest ranking in her order. She follows Foltus. And Torka does appear to be half-orc and is carrying lots of Foltus heraldry. So, next to the north here, oops, sorry about that, we have Nelmora. Nelmora appears to be half-elven, long blonde hair, but kind of pulled back into a tangled mess of a ponytail. She's got a little bit less armor than everybody else, but she's got a longbow on her back and 4 quivers, 3 of which are empty. Next we have Ingwisil. Ingwisil is our master arcanist, and Ingwisil, just so you guys know, is the absolute least armored of everybody. She's actually wearing robes, but she also has bits and pieces of plate mail that looks like they've been magically sealed into the robes. Ulrich, you would recognize the runes that she has kind of like scribed into the armor as abjuration runes. She also has a massive spellbook on her side, and she is a fire genasi. So her skin is kind of molten gray, and her hair is not actually hair, it's just smoke that hangs like down to her cheeks and curls up like a bob cut. And in the back we have Abadar and Abadah's half-brother, Vigo. And so the guy, Abadar, appears to be human, and Vigo appears to be half-elven. Vigo is wearing plate armor and carrying a longsword and shield, and Vigo is also carrying he's actually got a crossbow, a heavy crossbow. He also has four quivers of quarrels, and they're almost all gone.
Can you tell me, my notes were locking me out. Can you tell me just the first 2, the twins' names?
Yeah, so it's Nina and Ruby. They are sisters. Well, they appear to be sisters, and they are human. Torka is the half-orc female cleric of Foltis.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I just
And
misunderstood.
that is what remains of our crusade. I can still recite the remaining 102 members from memory, if need be, as they were all hand-selected by Obed High, and he touches his holy symbol, and sent upon this quest. But I know that we are probably on a time crunch, so...
Well, we will make sure that we have a memorial service. We've got several to do that for. And Winnie will kind of turn and look towards Sybil.
Who's very much just watching, unmoving.
Well,
There's a sudden interjection as Torka stands up from behind her shield and goes, "Yes, I think Foltis would be okay if I did one more. But after that, if I don't get sleep, I will become furious." And Yin kind of looks at her, smiles, and nods. "Yes, of course, we don't want to see the fury of Foltis raining down upon my sister and her friends here, so maybe we get this thing going. Who needs being brought back?"
so Winnie will reach in the bag of holding and pull out 500, a diamond worth 500 gold and hand it over. And she'll-
What's that?
do you need this to be able to?
You don't know much about Foltis, do you, sweetheart?
No.
Yin kind of puts his hand on her shoulder. "That's my sister. Be gentle, Torka." Alright. Yeah, I'll take it.
So she'll hand that over and then lead her over to Emig's body that she finally looks at now that there's a hope of him coming back.
She kind of squats and looks at him. "Oh, he's dead.
Yes.
Ooh. It's gonna be a tough one. But I think we might be able to do it. Before I begin, has this one got stone in his soul?"
For resurrection, yes.
Very good.
We match in that way.
Very good. Very good. Kindred spirits. Stone-souled. You see she kind of like looks up at the sky. There's a flash of very quick, just like a 1-second pulse of white light. He's right. You lay your hands upon his temples and allow your kindred spirits to connect. Maybe it will help him come back. Maybe it won't.
Winnie will do what she says. She'll put her fingers left side to his right temple and right hand to his left.
Oh, very good, very good, very good. Yes, I see, okay. Give me one moment. And then after that one moment, give me an hour or so. It's a long ritual, and I have to cast it from memory. If I don't do it from memory, things are gonna get very weird very fast.
I love the characters, David.
With that, Torka kind of she spits in her right hand, and then she takes a small dagger and she plunges it into the spit glob on her right hand, and you guys see blood kind of swell up, and she goes, "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh. Just a little bit, just a little tiny bit. Okay, there we go." And she begins to take her left thumb and she smears the blood and the spit together, and she begins tracing runes on Emig's face and then on the palms of his hands, and she turns his hands kind of faced up. "There's a dark energy about this one. dark energy. Something is not happy about the light. And I smell salt water. And Yin goes, Torka, sweetheart, we're about 50 meters from the sea. And she goes, oh, yes, that must be it. Sorry. And she finishes planting the runes on his hands, turning his palms face up. She kind of repositions your hands a little bit and kind of like makes you put your fingers in very specific spots as you kind of hold his head. Now, if he shudders during my incantations, I need you to plunge your fingers into his eye sockets, but not deep enough to burst the eyeballs, just deep enough to keep a grip on him like a stone with a groove in it. Do you understand?
I think so.
Good. Good. Voltis, are you ready? And you see her eyes flash again. The Lord of Light is ready. And she looks down and very professionally, she lays her hands on his chest like she's about to start doing chest compressions, like CPR. And with one quick burst downwards, this string of incantation begins to spill out of her mouth, almost like drool, and it manifests as these small golden and white, almost phosphorus-looking sparks, and they splash into Emig's chest. And suddenly there is this burst of energy. Emig's mouth opens, and this burst of white light rockets out of his mouth, and this barrier of energy forms around you guys, very similar to the resurrection that was being performed by Ulrich earlier, but this time it's just very moonlight white. Mind you, this is happening during the day of a full moon on a wereshark. Today's Friday the 13th. Okay, we got some weird things going on. Anyways, the ritual begins. Is anybody doing anything?
Yes.
Okay.
So as this is starting, Winnie is gonna start out with like a hum, and then it'll go into just gently under her breath. And we all row with the spray upon our necks, and we all row with the spray upon our backs. And she's just gonna kind of go through. I won't do the whole thing, but she's gonna be singing that and hoping that that's gonna help him come back.
Okay, go ahead and roll percentiles because of that very, very, very specific fucking thing. I will say that a 1 to 25 is a failure, and anything 26 or above is a success. So 75% chance of success.
Alright, we all know how good I am with these. 71!
There's a success. All right, all right. Anybody else?
I'll let everyone else go first with the ritual, but as they were talking, and I guess they all kind of walked closer, Gartog's gonna walk up to like the archer with only a quiver left, and he's gonna reach into his he's gonna put his hand by his own quiver, and he's gonna take out half of one of it and put 15, give him 15 arrows.
So she kind of looks at you, like, kind of like, what the fuck is going on? And as she sees you putting arrows in, she kind of, so this was, let me just make sure I've got this right here. So that was the half-elf? Okay, yeah, so Namora. So Namora kind of looks at you, sees you slipping them in, and she kind of like reaches her hand up, and she kind of like brushes her fingers, and you can see she's got like a knock rest, it's like a leather strap with a metal clasp that's used for pulling the bow back a little bit easier, and she kind of like scratches you under the chin, and she says, "You're sweet. Thank you."
Gartog he doesn't purr, but there's a weird lizard noise. If you play Warhammer 3, you'll know the sound I make.
Are you talking about like the lizardman noise? Like the cooing? Oh god.
I was thinking more Croxagore, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's, you know what? Alligators actually make those sounds. That's weird, yeah. So she kind of like pulls her hand down. She doesn't seem phased, and she goes, You're a curious creature. What's your name? Gartok. Gartok, I'm Nelmora. It's a pleasure. Where do you hail from?
Forest.
Very specific. So do I. Kindred spirits, maybe.
Yes. Sorry, I'm fucking up the voice because I'm trying not to laugh.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Don't wake your parents up. I don't want them pissed off at me.
That's also a thing, yeah.
So she kind of like, she takes her hand from under your chin, puts it on your shoulder, and she just gives a good solid squeeze, and she just says, I appreciate that. Should we get ourselves into a pickle, may enemies fall like waves crashing from a river into the bank.
Yes. With every arrow.
She gives you a genuine smile. Whether or not you're capable of reading it is your own choice, but it's legit.
Gartok doesn't know about fake smiles just because of how he is, so he's to him all are genuine.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Kat.
I think my immediate response would just be to support Winnie and kind of join in with that. Little bit of harmony there.
Oh, harmony. Okay, give me a performance check.
I got you.
I had no fucking fear.
19.
19. Okay.
I'm tired as fuck.
Yeah,
Only a
so
19.
so Winnie is singing, and Winnie's not like great at singing. Definitely Winnie's probably worse at singing than Candace is, because Candace is a great singer. She's definitely no Breesis, that's for sure. Yeah. But suddenly there is this like half octave higher harmony that chimes in and begins to sing along with Winnie, and I will grant that an automatic success. Because of the performance check.
Thank you. Sybil does not move otherwise. She is still in the exact same position where she was through all of this. So.
Okay. Do I have anything else from the peanut gallery?
Yep. Ulrich will kneel down since he's already right there, put his hand like on his chest, and just, even though his eyes are closed, like he is laying there dead, he's just gonna look him dead in the eye and be like, "Fucker, get your ass back here."
Okay, go ahead and roll percentiles. 1 to 50 is a success, 51 to failure, or 51 to 100 is a failure.
I so want this to be a success.
Oh! So Emig is a little bit too far into the depths. He has got some. There is a lot of tentacles down in this motherfucker, and they are writhing and wrapping in places that should not be writhed or wrapped. For clarification, and unfortunately, your voice doesn't quite reach him. But through this success, or through these successes, you guys have successfully brought Emig's 20% chance of failure down to a 10% chance. That is 2 successes at 5% each. So the rest is there anything happening throughout the hour ritual? Just so I know for clarity's sake here. Okay. So the spell comes to a conclusion. Emig, I will allow you to call high or low.
Low.
Low like the depths.
Low like the depths.
All right, so that means that on a 1 to 10, we are failure, and an 11 to everything else is a success.
Stop it. Don't cover your face. What is it?
You're fucking kidding me, dude.
Dude, I rolled a 4.
No!
Come look.
Just bitch slap your patron already and get back up here. I've got shit to do.
I'm busy gagging right now, you know. I'm doing the deeds in death that I could not complete in life.
And this is why we created a death system so that people don't throw themselves into the
Maybe you're just
thrones.
destined to come back as a furbolg.
No. No, that's a KMS moment right there.
You don't want to see a furry shark?
Get out.
God, no, that sounds terrible. So there is a burst of energy that continues to rocket out of Emig's eyes, and that is kind of creating this sphere. As the spell crescendos, everything at once kind of comes down into his body. The barrier whoom, kind of vanishes from existence, and Torka kind of looks up and goes, "There's something very dark in him. Foltis says no." And I rolled a 4. And that was a second stone soul.
Winnie would, she'd look kind of...
Just to be clear, by the way, failing during these resurrections does not add an additional death to your death counter, just so we're 100% fucking clear here. It only stone souls you. So you have to actually live and then die again to gain an additional death.
So Winnie's gonna look around at everybody.
She looks, by the way, Torka, as you look over at her, she's crying, and there is blood coming out of her tear ducts down her face. Now you can see where the dried blood kind of came from, and she looks at Yin even, and she puts her hand up to you, and she just goes, "Yin, I never fail. Stone Soul, never. This is my first. Fuck!" And Yin kind of sidesteps Gartok and puts his hands kind of on her shoulders, and you hear him kind of quietly whispering to her in... Or does anybody here speak Orcish who's alive?
Nope.
I do.
Okay, Gartok, you would hear Yin kind of saying, "Blessed be the light of Foltis upon your sweet green skin, my friend. It was not you. His soul was destined to become that of stone. We knew he had one scar on his spirit thus far. Do not hurt yourself internally or externally. It is not worth it." And you see she kind of like lets up a little bit, and she sits back, cracks her neck really hard to both sides, and... Okay. Thank you, Yin.
Winnie'd be on her... She'd be still down in her position, pretty much, and she's gonna just lean down and put her forehead to Emig's forehead, and she's gonna whisper, "He can't do your bidding if you keep him dead. Give him back." And then she's gonna sit back up.
No, you're not gonna just sit back up. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh god, I'm so good at these, though.
Well, Winnie rolls that. Gartok seeing the conversation, and Gartok being Gartok and completely, damn it, unsubtle, gonna pretend I didn't see that. And he's gonna just, in Orcish as well, respond. We tried times and also failed. Thanks for trying.
Torka looks kind of surprised. She kind of looks up at you, and she kind of wipes the bloody tears out from her tear ducts, and she says, she'll just respond in Orcish, "Thank you, friend. That means more than you think. It is not easy being the one who sees the thin veil between life and death regularly." So, Winnie, as you whisper that to Emig's corpse, his eyes, which have closed and obviously ceased their flashy business at this point, flicker open again, and his jaw kind of, and you hear the following come from his body. And the body falls still. You guys all hear that, by the way. That was not like a thing. Actually, at that, Yin and Torka will take a 5-foot step back as they both he grabs her and pulls her up, and he looks over and says, "What in the hells was that?"
Winnie's gonna keep her focus on Emig for right now, and she's going to say, "It's not even an option without him." She'll turn to Yinny. I still don't fully know.
Make one more persuasion check for me with the without him. It's not even an option.
Come on, dice. Come on, dice. Come on, dice. Come on. Oh, it's not 0.
Not much I can do for you.
I'm trying, man. I'm saying all the right stuff, but the dice are assholes.
Yeah, it's when you got them negative charisma modifiers. Hey,
I know. I need to change my dice too.
You speak way more eloquently than she
Yeah.
intends. Okay, sorry.
Give him back, you fuck.
I mean, that's what I tried.
You fucking
Give him back.
cocksucker.
So she'll turn to her brother and she'll say, "I'm still not entirely sure if I'm being honest.
Pretty sure it's less what in the hells and what more in the depths.
Yeah, definitely.
Slightly more accurate.
But it's
You cock.
Yinny. I can't. I can't let him go."
He looks at you and he says, "Okay, let's all think through this." And he kind of addresses his team. He's beyond revivification. He's stone sold on raise dead and resurrection. What are our options? He looks at Winnie. Could you reincarnate?
I could try to. I can tell you he'd rather be dead than something else.
You're an arc druid. Demand it of your magic.
That was my plan.
He says it with total confidence. I mean, he doesn't even falter. And he looks to the rest of the group. What else? And Torka says, true resurrection. But I'm beyond that. Or it's beyond me. Or maybe we're beyond each other. I can't fucking do it, that's for sure.
I can cast a circle, I just don't know the spell.
Besides that, she kind of looks up at Yin and she smiles. We could, and he says, we're not going to do that. What are we saving it for then? Come on. I said we're not doing that.
Winnie would look kind of. She'd look at Yinny and her face would just be, please.
He blinks kind of heavy and he says, no. We've a ring of 3 wishes with 1 wish remaining. I'm not utilizing that magic. Not after what a wish created.
Yeah. Okay.
Although, he kind of blinks and looks back at Torka. Maybe we find the smartest of our peoples, or their peoples, and craft a very well-worded wish that simply forces him back into existence as he was. No, damn it. See, the problem with this fucking wish magic, excuse me, Obid, is that it's so tempting. It's constantly so tempting. When we were being slaughtered, I was begged to use it, and to the remaining of my crusade, I'm so sorry I didn't utilize it then. I should have, but if I fucked it up, what could it have created in its stead? This whole problem was created because of a wish, and I mean no offense, sister. But I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe we can exhaust all other resources first. Do any of you have contacts that may be able to get our hands on a true resurrection scroll? We have not much in the ways of coin, but at this point, I'd sell my soul to just make things right.
Winnie's gonna turn slowly and look at Ulrich. Do you know if she's capable?
Is that how she brought me back?
Possibly.
God.
And
We
you
can give
think
her all the diamonds
You-
in the bag if we have to.
it almost killed her? If, as a last option, I will not, that is
All right.
fully something we can do, but I think we should, even though he's not going to be happy about it, or you
No,
can
I
try
will
and,
make sure he comes back. He will
I-
come back as himself.
I think we get everyone to the grove. I can message that guy and see if he can make it back here to get to safety, or how far away he is, how long we have to wait.
We won't be able to bring everyone back.
Oh, this is
And
going to
I
be a
thought
trick
that would-
thing. I think I can get some of us. And this is the question I wanted to ask earlier.
Splash myself.
When I use plane shift from the staff, because it doesn't require a component, can I target? Is it that I can target one of the gates on another plane, or do I have to be at one of the gates to get to the other plane using plane shift with the staff? That's where I got confused last time, and I don't remember.
One moment.
Moment.
Okay, so when you use the staff, so you can specify a destination in general terms, like the City of Brass on the elemental plane of fire, and then it will bring you near that destination. Now, my opinion is you can utilize it to go to the gates because you know the very specific names of the gates you're going to. And if you didn't even want to go to a gate, guess what? The druid, the circle of the druid of the shepherd is a very specific location in the Feywild. So that would constitute as a place to jump to.
I wanted to double check. That's why I was.
No, that's a very good question. Very good question.
I can take half. Winnie can take half. We can get us all there.
Okay.
Yin kind of looks. I'm not familiar with this magic. Is this something that you need components for, sister? And he kind of looks back. Ingwasil, are you familiar with this plane shift magic? She kind of shrugs her shoulders. You and I are both aware, Yin, that I am not a creature of said magics. Protections are my specialty.
So I have what I need. It's just, and she'll take out the forked metal rod. It's this.
Oh, that's fancy.
When he's not laughing, I just can't stand that.
You gotta give Genasi a bag of personality.
That's
If
so
you
good.
don't, you just fuck off.
Or you make them doppelgangers.
She gives me the vibe of someone you need to like. In the movies, you'd get dunked in the toilet.
So, she'll stand up and then, she's gonna start lifting Emig's body again. We just will have to join hands whoever's coming with me and create a circle.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I'm gonna use the sending to for Daga to tell him that it is safe and we are going to head out if you want to head back to the forest.
Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Is that what, second level? Or third?
It's third.
Okay. So you you send so you perform the incantation. You feel descending across the ether, and it reaches him. So just tell me. Go ahead and give me exactly what you say.
All clear. Come back to where we met. We will get you to safety.
Okay. You hear a response in your mind, and the response is as follows. Go on without me. I'm already half a day's way back to Stillwater. I'm going to clean the mess up as best I can. Thank you for abandoning me. And the spell ends.
Well,
As we all start talking.
Little
right there.
melodramatic.
I'll go straight up to Civil and be like, he's a half a day away and thanked us for abandoning him. And he's gonna go clean the mess. So
That mask is very much still there, and she just takes a second and then just nods. Then we need to go.
Okay, so for the sake of brevity, if you guys would like to cast 2 plane shifts, obviously Winnie, just mark it off your spell list, and then Ulrich, I'm assuming you're casting it from the staff.
yep.
Okay, so that'll bring you down to what, 19?
That is my 7th level spell.
Or is it 7? Or is it 18? What does it cost? It's cost 7,
19.
right? Yeah,
It's
19.
7,
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, so with a couple of incantations. With a couple of incantations and some fancy footwork and magic from both the staff and Winnie, there is a couple of flashes of energy around you guys, and you feel yourselves being torn through the ether. And please tell me, what was your target, both of you?
The Grove. Ulrich.
Grove.
We're not doing rounds today.
Okay, fine.
All right, and you guys find yourself being yanked through space and time. And there is a similar these bursts of energy as you guys are torn through the veil that separates the prime material from the Feywild, and you find yourselves in the heart of the grove of the Circle of the Shepherd. What do you do?
Immediately go and want to take a nap because I didn't get a long rest.
That is correct. You did not.
You almost got the longest rest,
You almost got the part. Yeah, you almost got the ultimate rest.
which is unrestful. I would. I don't recall where we did this last time. Wasn't it just in here, like on the table? Wherever we would typically.
Try over a little bit. Look at the giant red fancy altar looking thing.
Yeah, it was over there, I think.
Okay.
It doesn't really
You
matter.
did not do it on the dining room table.
Hey,
No, it was definitely not done on top of plates and forks and
we
shit.
do
That would have
very
been weird.
dramatic things in this party.
That's why you have a dramatic room just for this.
Okay, so we'll go
You
to the dramatic
crafted
room.
it in your own grove.
All right, so as you guys are stepping out of here, though, the very familiar visage of Falcona steps out from the wall behind you and just she kind of glides across the across the ground. You see both of her hands shift into these massive wooden mallets that are glowing with this green energy. Oh. Archdruid.
Sorry, I couldn't send a message. We had to get back quickly.
My apologies. I felt the presence of these other entities, and I was ready to sacrifice my existence for the sanctity of yours. Her hands kind of back down into her hands. And the rest of these guys kind of step back, like most of them have probably never seen a dryad before. And the seagull. Yeah, Yin is just like, oh, Winnie, is this?
This is Falcona. She actually knows Grandpa.
Oh, and he kind of smiles. You know my grandfather, and he takes a step forward.
And you know what? Just as a note, since you guys never met him before, he looks exactly like Winnie used to. Obviously, Winnie has the gold features now, but they look exactly the same as Purple's. Sorry, go ahead.
He bald.
Yeah, well, she wasn't bald, but they have the same facial features. Twins is really the point there. So.
And he has the teal goatee, so their hair and everything is pretty similar. And they're both almost like fucking 8 feet tall, so you know. It is a pleasure to meet you, Falcona. If you know my grandfather, then I must introduce myself. I am, and she goes, Yin, it's unnecessary. The Archdruid has imparted all of her memories upon me, and I act as her right hand. Save your breath for something more useful. He kind of looks back at Winnie, realizing, oh yeah, she's kind of a social idiot. Okay, got it. And he takes a half step back. Very well. Where are we bringing this corpse of a friend of yours? And Falcona goes, no.
Yes, we are gonna have to try to reincarnate. We need
Emig?
Yes.
I quite liked him.
Well, we can still like him. We just need to bring him back as him.
He's very strong.
He is.
Very muscly.
That's true.
Winfina.
Do you know if we have materials by chance for a reincarnate? I can do it now if we have the materials.
I believe if we were to... what are the materials for reincarnate, Kevin?
Oh, I could totally
you do not carry materials for fucking
used
reincarnate?
them. We used them.
All of them?
Yeah, the ones I had, we used them.
Jesus, you are a terrible druid.
I'm not.
We die a lot, you know?
Speak for yourselves.
Yeah, Gartok is rolling on 0, baby. Alright, so she says, I may be able to make a barter with some of the outside resources, but I don't have anything momentarily. Could you... Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me look at something in my calendar, because... Hang on.
That's what I was gonna... That was gonna be my next question. I feel like we're good, but I don't remember what season it is.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Quarter 3 ends in like 4 weeks.
Okay.
And that's when it refreshes. Yep,
Alright.
because you already used the free one, so... Okay, she says, let me see if I can reach out to some outside contacts. Do you have coin available?
Yes. How much do you think you'll need? She's already taking coins out of the bag.
You know the spell. How much do you need?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't know if they would charge you just face value.
If they do, I'll conjure my hand hammers.
Okay. So she's gonna take out. She'll actually give her 1,500 gold just in case.
Okay. And she just kind of nonchalantly turns and just phases back into the wall and vanishes.
Thank you, Falcona.
She doesn't even stop.
So I'm assuming is Yeni helping with Emig's body then?
Oh, he has not touched the guy.
Okay, okay,
No,
so-
he don't want that bad fucking juju on him.
That's fine. I just didn't want to start move. So when he's gonna move with Emig into
The main
rituals,
area.
yeah.
Okay.
And then just lay him down and
As this is happening, the rest of the crew is just going to kind of spread out. Just kind of FYI.
and Yeni, I'll do proper introductions once everybody's settled. I just wanted to get us out of there.
Warthog
Sybil's
waves at them
going
and they leave.
to follow Winnie into that room.
Okay, sorry, you guys can move yourselves now. Okay, so zombie Bloodmane is being brought in here. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, so she'd lay him down carefully and then, just, it's fine, like, she's gonna just sit down on the ground, crisscross applesauce, next to his body for now.
Okay, so you can do the preparation work. You have a spell slot for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I did get a long rest.
So, about 40 minutes or so goes by, and very unceremoniously, Falcona phases through the fucking wall because she doesn't know how to use doors. And she begins to walk forward, more like glide forward across the ground. And she gets to you, Winnie, and she holds her palm out, and as she does so, a small wicker bowl forms up and out of her hand, and inside you can see the oils and the unguents just kind of like sitting. The oils are kind of like covering up the rest of the bowl, and she kind of hands it out to you, and she says, "You were right. There was a little bit more expense since we're the outsiders. I may be in some trouble and need to stay here for a while.
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine, but I accidentally killed a pixie.
Oh, no. How?
Smashed it in the skull with my hand hammer. I told you I was going to do it if they tried to cheat us, and I didn't realize the customs of the Feywild in this specific location, as I am from the Summer Court, and we are just outside the Autumn Court. They were not happy about that, yet it was apparently somebody they did not like very much, so I was allowed to let go, but was told not to come back."
Okay. Can I insight her to make sure she's okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check for me.
I love Falcona's side stories.
24?
She is being 100% truthful, and she seems like she truly doesn't give a fuck about herself, but she is very worried. She seems like she's got to worry more, like she didn't want to disappoint you.
Got it. So with that, Winnie would look at her and say, "Thank you for everything that you do, Falcona. Thank you for this."
I exist to serve, an Archdruid of the Circle of the Shepherd, a very rare thing for our people. You did not demand it of me. I came to your call.
I appreciate that more and more every day. So she'll, Falcona, I want to make sure that Emig comes back as himself, and I'm going to will it to be that way, but would you be able to assist me using the power of the Grove to force his race? It matters a lot to him.
I may be able to do that, but he may not be very happy.
Why?
Because being forced against the laws of nature are not something that come easy to his people. Performing this ritual is invoking a law of nature.
Right.
But I can try. Would you like me to?
If you don't think it's a good idea.
That's not what I said. This is not my choice, Archdruid. This is your choice. But I am willing to participate, if it is your will. If it means that much to him, as your advisor, then perhaps it will be worth it.
I know that if he comes back as anything other than himself, he'd rather be dead. Okay. So she's gonna start preparing the ritual and thinking it through. She's gonna be humming the song the whole time she's preparing it. And just thinking about what would be best for him. And then once everything's prepared, she's gonna look around and say, okay, I am going to attempt to bring him back.
Okay, so the group in here, by the way, Brodicio gets way the fuck in the corner with
Yeah, he did.
Baleta, and he doesn't want nothing to do with this bullshit. So he kind of gets back there and is counting coins with Baleta, and the rest of the group is kind of positioned how they are positioned. Yin comes and sits at this table. Okay, so she will sit here, she will sit here. There's the standard bearer at the door still holding the banner, and then you guys are just doing whatever it is that you're doing. So, with that being said, you begin the ritual?
So I'll turn, before I do, I'm going to turn to Sybil and say, do you want to see if Ulrich's already asleep? If not, he might want to be here.
Don't start without me.
Okay.
And Sybil is going to go and move slowly to go and figure out where Ulrich is.
Yeah, Ulrich pretty clearly went to the bunk, so you walk into the central headquarters. Ulrich, it's your call. Are you out?
No, he's not. He's not out yet.
Okay. So you walk in, Ulrich is kind of like getting ready, probably like taking things off, setting the staff down, cracking his knuckles, polishing his scales. I don't know what the fuck he does at night.
Ulrich,
Brains.
Winnie's going to start the ritual.
Oh shit! I thought. Oh, okay. Then I'll pick everything back up and start heading out.
Oh, that works. Okay, I'll see you in there.
All right.
Sybil has also not slept, and is still bleeding decently, but she's there.
Oh yeah, bleed on him. That'll make him come back.
All right. So Ulrich comes back in, kind of sets himself up. Everybody seems to be kind of here and ready-ish.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and begin the ritual, the reincarnate ritual.
All right. So as Winnie lays her hands down, so she takes this. She kind of wets her palms with these rare oils and thick, heavy powders, and she begins to kind of spread them across Emig's zombified corpse. As that happens, her eyes flash green and her jaw unhinges like a snake, and this ribbon of energy kind of comes out of her mouth and splits at the end, kind of like an adder, and it begins to kind of whisper these incantations. And as the incantations happen, this barrier of green energy, this small bubble, not over everybody like it was with the big, boom boom folks, but with this very individualized intrapersonal ritual, this barrier of green energy siphons up and out of Winnie into and around Emig's corpse. And you see his body buzz, kind of like a bee getting ready to land, rises up off the ground and is now being held in this small hamster wheel of energy. It is 9:03, so let's go ahead and pause here since everybody is, I know, look, it's late, we're all adults. I pee in the middle of the night, okay? I'm no better than anybody else. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back here to hopefully finish this ritual up.
Okay, hold on, I have to say this. I messaged Candace like 2 minutes ago saying, I've been watching too many old TV shows. I have expect Xavier to go, finish the description, go, and we're taking a break.
You
You
did.
did exactly that.
Back in my day, we had commercials.
Cue the ads.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll be back in 10. So it's 9 o'clock. So let's be back at like 9. Actually, it's like 9:04. So let's be back at like 9:15, 9:20. See you then.
I'm gonna message you DM things during the break. Farewell.
All right. I know you can hear me. Go ahead. Yeah, you can send me a message and I'll get back to you. Alright, chat friends, I am back, but we will wait on the rest of the group. Hopefully everybody's having fun. This has been a weird session. This has been a very weird session, but I knew it was going to be a weird session. I did not expect a double stone soul tonight, so holy shit. Devros, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome on in, and thank you for hanging out. I'm going to jump over to chat really quick and just say hello, hello, while I look at cats. Oh boy, here we go. So, bad idea time. Oh god.
That's never good for her.
I hope you like the Druid Grove music.
I love it.
It needs to be a little bit quiet because there's a lot of like screaming horses and shit.
I love it.
Oops.
I'm talking shit to Kurt.
Are you?
Yeah, through gifts right now. I just sent him Lucille Ball sticking her tongue out. Because I said, so there. Oh, I'm going to send you a message.
Okay. I'm nervous about all these messages. I'm getting a
That-
shitload.
Yeah, mine. I just didn't want to say it with the mic on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking The Weekend at Bernie's. God damn it, Kurt. Oh, shit. Alright, friends of the stream, I am back. I'm going to kick this off in just a minute. There's no pressure to be back sooner and or later. Or after a while. This has been a very, very crazy stream.
Extremely crazy.
It's been good, though.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get Emig back as soon as possible if he's
I'm
capable of
trying.
if he's capable of making the fucking rolls.
Listen, I did everything right on that last one. I did everything right. The fucking dice are assholes.
And that's the great thing about playing a TTRPG. The dice saith.
I know I even surprised you. I was like, okay, yes, that's a good thing. Not.
I sent bad ideas over now to try and do roguey things.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I'm gonna assassinate the patron.
That sounds
So-
amazing. Yes, assassinate. Yes, the deep old one needs to be assassinated for sure.
Step 1, find him. Step 2, impale him in all of his tentacly bits.
How do you like that tentacle in your butt, you asshole?
Step 3, profit.
I like that too. Or step 4, become the new deep old one. Don't like that. Sybil's an Aerogenos. Should just be a bubble at the bottom of the sea. Kill me.
I don't have to breathe. It's fine.
That's true. You don't.
All I have to do is get a couple of helms of telepathy, and then we're fine.
Eternally lost in a kelp forest.
Fucking rude.
Called the fuck out, man. Called the fuck out back to the days when we played on a TV.
Yeah.
Good God.
This is shit like that is why I can no longer physically roll less than a 14 survival. It only took me 16 levels to get there.
No joke.
Well, at the moment I can roll a 10, but that's because I'm fucking tired.
All right, so as we step back into this, so the ritual, the reincarnate, has begun. Candace, just make sure that you mark off that level 5 spell slot.
I did. They're both marked.
The oils, have been used. They've been utilized successfully. You see the barrier kind of spring up and around Emig's form, kind of holding him in this small hamster wheel. As the ritual progresses, because again, this is an hour ritual, an hour casting ritual. This is one of those weird things too. This is also a level 5 ritual, but because it doesn't have the -4 when you get resurrected, it instead has a chance to change your race, which is cool or not. All right. So with that being said, is anybody doing anything? Kat, I already noted on my end. Is anybody else doing is anybody doing anything in the confines of this hour ritual that I should know about?
Yeah. So.
You cannot do anything. You are casting the ritual.
Yeah,
If you would
so
like
we're-
to break your concentration, you let me know.
No. Mine will be like toward the end of the ritual, but as I'm trying to, or at the end of the ritual, but as I'm trying to bring him back, I would be trying to focus on him as a Goliath. Trying to force the magic to let him come back as Goliath.
Okay, noted.
Just remembering him as he was.
Yeah. And as this ritual begins and starts to progress, within the first like 10 minutes, Falcona, because you specifically asked her, Winnie, she kind of like reaches her hands into the soil underneath this bubble of energy, and you see her hands completely disappear, but you see vines sprouting out of her shoulders, her neck, and like out of her face, like kind of almost like a beard out of her chin, and they curl up and turn brown like and red like autumn. As that happens, her eyes go completely pitch black. Her jaw slacks open ever so slightly, and you see vines creep up and around the ground and pierce your barrier and into his body. She's very, very hyper-focused.
Okay.
So, Ulrich, I'm not even going to make you roll because your fucking passive perception with your alert feed is stupid. You would see Sybil probably kind of like, I would assume head bowed, Sybil, sort of thing. You can give me your take on that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Head bowed. Almost looks like reverent, kind of. But yeah, unmoving beyond that.
Okay.
I don't know if. Yeah, never mind.
There's no exterior visual phenomena. Fuck you! Wow, I just got teleported back to 1992. That was weird.
That's what I came back to.
Hi, Lucy, you fucking youngin'.
I know
So
what that is.
Ulrich is gonna kneel down again, kind of staring at him, be like, okay, so I tried rude and rude didn't work. I need you here to help protect her. I can't do it on my own. Get your ass back here again.
Okay. As you kind of call out to the corpse and into the mind of this entity, why don't you go ahead and roll percentiles, and this time we'll call it a 1 to 25 failure and a 26 to 100 success. And a nat 1. That is fucking wonderful. Ulrich, you are terrible. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I already failed to bring him back once, twice, and now this will be the third time.
Hey, that wasn't on you. That was on him. That was a him roll, not a you roll. Listen, you're doing as good as you fucking can do, okay?
Have we ever stopped to think, does he want to come back?
Maybe he fucking doesn't. Maybe he's just like, fucking let me go. I'm in the depths. I'm done.
Maybe he wants to be a half-orc with a broken tusk and a bad attitude.
I mean,
I would accept a half orc. I could talk him into a half orc.
I think we could probably talk him into a half orc
Maybe
or
a
like
full
a really, really, really low charisma dwarf who's like 5'10".
Yeah, a half orc, tall dwarf, kobold. Those are all fine.
I just want to see him come back as an air genasi.
Goliath would be great. That almost happened to me.
Air Genasi would be terrible.
It would be so funny.
Lucy, did we get you in trouble?
Oh. Was the dog or the cat?
No.
No,
Lucy...
I just thought I heard the cat meowing outside.
Oh, okay. I thought
went
Lucy
to go
was
get a
like, I got
drink.
kicked in my chest by my mom.
No, that's tomorrow. I thought I heard my cat because apparently it has like supernatural hearing. Because when I opened the gate to go to the kitchen, it just ran after me.
Dude, are you kidding me? Of course it did, because you live in Africa now. Like, that thing's got supernatural hearing because it has to contend with lions. Alright. Okay, so Ulrich does not succeed in his call, but he doesn't know any better. He just calls out to this orb. Sybil has her head bowed. Falcona is doing her weird shit. Winnie is casting the ritual. Gartok.
Gartog is not going to do anything. Once again, being the thing of like, this is not his magic. He doesn't really understand how this works, and last time it worked out fine with him not doing anything, so it'll probably be fine if he doesn't do anything again.
Okay. With that, Yin steps off of his platform and he walks towards the barrier and turns towards it, and he crouches down. He does not have his tower shield or his spear, but he is still wearing his plate. His helm is off. He crouches down next to the sphere, and he reaches onto his belt and he pulls off a small crown. Almost, it's not even really a crown. It's almost like a tiara. It's very flimsy looking, but very clearly got some magical adornments. There's runes. There are gems that are glowing. And then it looks just very well put together. Very masterwork in its construction. And he holds it out. And you guys, anybody who's listening would hear him say, Obed-Hai, I know what this task requires of my sister. And though I don't know the gentleman that she's attempting to bring back, I beg of you to accept this sacrifice as part of this endeavor. And I thank you. And he puts his hand through the sphere with the crown in it. And as he lets go, the crown dissolves. Vanishes. I mean, completely just evaporates, and it's like the energy spirals into the sphere. So he will, as part of any resurrection, you can sacrifice a divine magic item of rare quality or higher to grant a plus 15% chance of success. And it evaporates. And then he stands back up, and he sits on the seat and stares. So, as the ritual comes to its natural conclusion, we have had a very intense success. So hang on, let me look at 5. So, okay, 5. Alright, so Bloodmane. We have successfully reduced you to from a 20% to a 1%. And I won't tell you where the other success came from, but it came from somewhere. So would you like a 1 or a 100 to be your failure?
I went low twice in a row. Let's go high on this one.
All right, 100 it is.
Bro, don't make faces right now, for real though.
Bro. It was a 96. So it was just so fucking close. It was so fucking close. Oh my god. That's about as fucking close as we can get. Alright, so I can finally close my res sheet. Jesus Christ, you guys are killing me with that.
We're killing ourselves with it, to be fair.
We're just killing Epic.
That is true. Alright.
He makes just killing himself.
Well... Settle down, Lucy. Who the fuck?
It's 4 a.m.
Touche. Alright, give me 1 sec. Okay.
Oh no.
I seriously cannot fucking believe that right now, man.
Dude, it was so close. It was so close. So it bounced on the double zeros initially, and I was like, don't you fucking serious. And then it was like, kink, 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 kink. And it was like 90, and I was like, okay, that's alright. 6, and I was like, somebody wanted your ass back. Okay, so.
Barely.
Yeah, no shit. He's gonna come back and have a withered arm and just be like, kill me. So, with that being said, the barrier collapses in on Emig's corpse. As Emig's body begins to descend to the ground, it strikes momentarily the ground with Falcona's vines and Winnie's incantations flowing into him and pumping his body full. You see his form shift ever so slightly. Initially, he gets these kind of short, stout features in his face, kind of square-jawed. Suddenly, ears protrude up almost to an awkward angle and bend down in a 90-degree angle, goblin-like. His head twists to the side and cracks, and there's these loud, audible pops. And Sybil and Ulrich, you're like, what the fuck? This is not a normal reincarnation. Suddenly, Falcona, she blinks, and you see now these black streams are dripping out of her eyes, and she looks at Winnie and goes, he will be whole. And her body bursts into flame as the vines retract out of his body and into the ground, and she seizes up and sizzles and crackles, and her jaw and her face look towards the sky, and she and she freezes, hand clawing towards the sky. Green body gone. Nothing but petrified charcoal, frozen in time. And Emig's body has fully reformed as the original Bloodmane, the Goliath.
as the ritual ends, and when he looks up and sees Falcona, she says, Emig, Bloodmane, Ryzabilka, get your ass back here and row. And then I'm going...
And you immediately see his chest. And he begins to breathe, but he is unconscious.
And I'm gonna put Cure Wounds at 3rd level into him.
Okay, go ahead and roll some dice. And with that, Emig, as you are being called through the void, you heard a voice call out into the nether. And you weren't entirely sure who or what or where or when or why, but you heard. I don't know if you can hear me, or even if you care to listen. But if you do, I need you to help him. Emig was yours, is yours. He carried your purpose like the tide carries the sea. Bound to your will in ways I don't fully understand. But now he's gone. Take him before I can finish what you asked of him. There's a chance to bring him back, but it isn't perfect. Winnie is powerful, but the magic might twist him, reshape him into something, someone else. If you want him to finish what he started, I ask you to study the magic, to hold him as he was. I beg you, reach through the waters that swallowed his soul, steady the currents that would reshape him, and let him rise again as himself. Let him be whole, as relentless as the waves, to finish the task you set before him. This is not for me, not for Winnie. This is for you, for the work that remains undone. You want your siren. It will take him, not another, to bring her back. Do not let the cycle twist him. Bring him back fully, wholly, as he was. Bring Emig back. Bring Bloodmane back. And as that kind of calls out and resonates into the void that you are currently being dragged down into as it gets colder and darker and deeper, and above you, Bloodmane, you see the flashes of divine energy cascading down upon you, just to be smacked away by these massive black tentacles, and you drifting deeper and deeper and deeper. You hear these whispers, followed by
So be it, Genasi. But I take the Dryad as my temporary prize. Thank you for your prayers and your confidence in my champion.
and with that, Bloodmane, your eyes flicker open. You take a breath as Winnie is over you. pouring energy down into you, and you live once more. And I'll see myself out of this scene.
Bloodmane is in a state of shock and is just babbling at this point.
In giant or in common?
In giant. Dit de bird of Gavara. Dit de bird of Gavara ekte. De bird of Vara død. Vi rår alle sammen. Vi rår alle sammen i døden.
When you'd put a hand on, like, on either side of his face, and then bring his forehead to hers, and she would say, "You're fine. You're okay now. You're here."
He shakes his head, trying to clear the cobwebs and the seawater out of his system.
Yeah, and as he does that, Bloodmane kind of coughs, and when he, as you're kind of like holding him and leaning him up, there is a like kind of like a spittle that kind of comes up and out of his mouth in a quick jet, and it is warm, salty aired seawater as he kind of coughs it out of his lungs, which is not the first time you guys have, experienced this with Bloodmane, because
Kind of old hat at this point. If it didn't happen, we'd be surprised.
Is Vilcona's sapped wooden body next to me?
Yeah, so like as you sit up, you look up, and she is reaching up to the sky. Her mouth is kind of open, and her face is twisted in agony, and she looks like charcoal, essentially. Her right hand is up in the sky, but her left hand is down, kind of like buried underneath you. You can see where the earth has been disturbed, and it disappears underneath like where you are. But she is reaching up desperately to the sky.
When you let out a sigh and let go of Emig, and then move over to Falcona and just gently touch her first. Make sure that it's solid.
She is solid. Yep, it is. It feels like petrified wood.
She'll wrap her arms around her and whisper, "You have been amazing, and more than I ever could have asked for. I will right this. I will right this wrong."
Yeah, and as you do that, when you with your passive perception, you kind of like just glance to the direct right of you, and you see that Torka is she has got her weapons and her weapon and shield are like laying on the ground, but she is kind of rocking back and forth, kind of so this is going to sound kind of like a silly description, but if you've ever seen the way that Hasidic Jews pray, they do a lot of rocking within their prayer that kind of keeps them in beat with their prayer. She is praying in that very same manner over her holy symbol, and she also has a set of prayer beads in her hand that she's kind of like pushing through her fingers and around her knuckles, and she's just going, I mean, full fucking rock up and down.
And when he turns back around, she'll notice that and kind of leave her to it and turn back around toward everybody. And she's got tears streaming down her face, but her face is emotionless right now. And she'll look around at the rest, and she'll look down toward Emig. Can you understand?
Yes.
Okay. We have a lot to catch up on, but I won't hit you with all of it now. And she'll motion toward Yinny, and she'll say, "My brother made an appearance."
And you see this massive, very similar features, though obviously now different color schemed, Furbolg man looking down at you, clad in this golden armor, and just I'm gonna show you guys the armor again, just so you kind of have an idea. Again, he's not wearing the helm; his spear and shield are kind of set to the side, but he's got the plate on, and he kind of nods to you, and he says, "I'm glad to see that our calls to your spirit brought you back from the void. Emig."
He's just going to look kind of confused and continuing to look upset.
Winnie's gonna look around and say, "If everyone would like just excuse me for a moment." And she's gonna turn and step outside, and then try to get as far away as she can before she vomits.
Yeah, so very quickly behind you, oops, wrong one. You guys see Torka stop, get up, step outside. I mean, like, literally, like, speed walk down the aisle, and kind of follows Winnie out. And Winnie, as you are puking your guts out into this beautifully autumn-leafed tree, you suddenly feel a hand on your dreads kind of pull them back into a handheld ponytail, and you hear, "I've got you, sister. Let it all out. It's not easy to see the ones that we love banished sometimes by our own hands. I watched 102 of my brothers and sisters perish within 20 minutes. It's okay. We're going to kill this fucker. Or we're going to die trying. Foltis wills it."
She'll, sorry, I'm all teared up over here. She will, when she's done, she'll, stand up and turn to Torka and, nod, and she'll say, "I will right all of the wrongs that I have created, to the best of my ability, or I'll die trying."
That's about as good as any of us can do. But I don't think that dying is necessary in this process. We do, though, Foltis be praised, need to accept those that have sacrificed themselves willingly for the greater good of our existence. Without us, without the crusade, without your friends, without your very first wish, none of this would have come to fruition. But it has, and we must see it through.
Do you think you can unwish a wish?
That's maybe something you should ask the arcane scholars about. But if I were to give my opinion, fuck yeah, you might as well try it. But Yinny never lets me use the fucking wish ring, so, yeah.
Well, we may have more than one shot at it.
Oh, you have another wish ring. Let's do it right now.
I think our wish ring needs to rest first.
That's a weird thing you just said, but okay.
Thank you for coming out here.
Well, nobody else was gonna hold your hair.
I didn't realize I needed you out here. I appreciate it. And thank you for keeping Yinny alive.
Faultus be praised.
And she lets go of your hair because she was holding it that whole time over your shoulder, and then she just nonchalantly walks back inside. You guys see her kind of appear through the doorway a moment later, 2 or 3 minutes later, and she goes,
Yeah, she's gonna be just fine. She just had to toss her cookies.
Was anything happening in here? Go ahead, Kat.
Tiny,
Yeah.
tiny little thing, and that's as like Winnie like goes to leave, and you know, the eyes instinctually follow her. Sybil's just going to very quietly, the same as she did before, do the I don't know if that was you, but thank you.
To
Just to
Oh.
kind of the
okay, yep. Okay, I got you. Understood.
Right then, keep your secrets.
Shut up,
didn't say
Palpatine.
I didn't say a damn thing out loud.
I think
But
guard talk. Okay, sorry, finish. Sorry.
sorry, I was gonna say a little louder though. I think she's going to. I am so glad that you are alive, but we should probably all think about getting some rest sooner, probably rather than later, before we try and do much else. Now, Lucy, you can do your thing.
So I was gonna say that since like the thing happened with Falcona, like not an explosion, but the magical effects popped off, and this is very different from what happened to Winnie. But so I think Gartok would immediately just like have his bow out ready for in case anything happens, and he's just gonna be like very alert from there on. And kind of, I guess he'll walk up to Falcona. He'll have good berries in his hand, and I will mark off the spell slot. But he'll like, I feel like as he gets close, he's gonna be like, "That's not good berry. That's not gonna help."
Yeah, you like put it like in her open, like kind of twisted mouth as she's looking at the sky, and it just kind of like rolls off of the jaw and falls into your palm, and you're like, uh-oh.
I guess he'll just kind of. I don't plan on him figuring anything out, but thematically he'll just kind of like, I guess, walk around Falcona and try and figure out what the hell happened this time.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Go ahead and give me a survival check, or an investigation check. Your choice.
I pick survival.
I had a feeling. So as you look at her, you don't know exactly what happened to her, but you can 100% tell that she, or it, or they, or whatever, is charcoal. They are charred. They are dead, charred wood, frozen in place, capable of being utilized as a fire source for probably a pretty long time. It's like It's like charred, petrified wood.
In that case, I think he'll turn to Ulrich, who normally does these things, and goes. Right, pointing to Falcona.
I didn't hear what you said. You broke up bad.
Oh,
At least
sorry.
for me.
And bring back.
We'll try. We gotta figure out what happened first and see what we can do to fix it.
Oh, dang. gonna hold out his hand with good berries for anyone who wants them, because he has them.
Ulrich will definitely take one.
You gain 1 hit point and are full.
Ooh.
I will also gladly take one. That way, when I rest, I'll be able to regain more hit points.
Hell yeah, you also gain 1 hit point and are full.
Cool. 8 berries to go. Does anyone else?
You know what's funny? So the little clan, they all kind of step in and like hungrily grab a good berry before going back to their respective spots. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, and 4.
He'll probably also walk up to Bernicio, my bet, and ask if he wants one or Boleto wants one.
So his eyes are absolutely, his pupils are completely dilated, and he's got Boletta kind of held back, and he goes, "What exactly did we just bear witness to? I'm not hungry.
Not sure.
Was that the dark magic?
No. We need magic.
Okay, maybe I'm rethinking my contract, but for the moment it's okay. Yeah, we take a berry. Boletta, you want the berry?" And Boletta just... She doesn't screech like that, because that was fucking horrific. But she takes a berry, so you can mark 2 more off.
You were better at Seagull.
I was way better at Seagull tonight, you bastards.
Now, if only there was a flock of seagulls.
Hey, don't make me take this beanie off.
So I guess as Winnie walks in, he'll hold like a good berry out for her. And I don't think Bloodmane's taken one yet either. But there's 1 left, so 5 for it.
No, Winnie would take it and hand it to Bloodmane immediately.
He can try to eat it.
Yeah, you regain 1 hit point. And you do have a full belly, ish. I mean, come on, you're
It's
a fucking...
aight.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's aight. It's like a 50-50 belly. You probably need 3 or 4 of those bad boys to produce a good BM, but...
I have a lot more spell slots.
Get a funnel.
I did get a long rest, so...
So when you look at, once Emig ate the good berry, she'd take a nice, like a long look at Falcona's form again. Take a deep breath and kind of shake her head and look around and say, "Alright, well," she'll look at Yinny and his people and she'll say, "Welcome to the Grove. It's not usually like this when we welcome people, but I appreciate you all staying here. You're welcome to stay here as long as you'd like, and we'll make sure that everybody has food."
Yin kind of smiles and he says, "I think you owe me introductions to all of your friends."
Right.
He says it very confidently. Very... Well, you know Yin. Like,
Yeah.
he was the face of the family, because Mom was meek, Dad was sleek, and you were kind of an idiot as far as social interactions were concerned. And he was like, he was the guy that went out and got the girls and then said, "Hey, I'm gonna go be a crusader." You fucking moron. But here he is back in Sister's house, and it's very, very confident.
So, so Winnie will step around and motion to each person, and she'll say, "This is Ulrich. This is Sybil."
Oh, wait, no information about
I
these?
was waiting for Ulrich to say something.
Sorry, I thought you were doing introduction.
Well,
My
I was.
apologies.
That's your name. This
Thanks.
is Ulrich.
I almost forgot it. I am Ulrich. I try to do my best to keep them alive and myself alive. I'm not very good at it, apparently.
This one wasn't on you.
We all have trials and tribulations, Ulrich, that we must face on the daily. And I have faith through Obed High that you will
conquer your tribulations, and master your trials. Who's next?
She'll motion to Sybil. She'll say, "This is Sybil." Kind of nod towards Sybil to be able to.
Yeah. I don't have a terribly fancy story like the rest of them, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
You're a storyteller.
I am.
One who rouses crowds, who calls people to action through words. You're very important. Don't let you think less than that. Sybil.
She'll incline her head. Doesn't show a whole lot of emotion at the moment, as she's mostly just fucking tired and hurting. But does do the nod of thanks.
As Winnie has her hand on your shoulder, she'll give you also a 3rd level cure wounds.
Goddamn. Alright, Sybil's looking okay.
Still got those pesky black veins running up my neck, though.
Yes, and actually that reminds me...
Oh, good job. You reminded him.
Happy to help.
Bloodmane, the temporary HP loss that you had that brought you down to 142 is no longer affecting your body because with Reincarnate, your body was technically remade, therefore suffers no ill effects from your life. From your first life. Or, well, you know, the life before the one that you exist in now. Okay. So Yin kind of looks over at Gartok. And who is this commander of arrows? He who sleeks through jungles. I sense much in him.
Gartok. Gartok.
Yeah, he doesn't pay a whole lot of attention, but he's definitely very wise beyond his years. Beyond his people's years. How old is he?
He can't count very well, so we
Nope.
haven't.
Yes, he can. We were working on it.
Sometimes he counts really well. He is the survivor of the rest of his clan, I guess, family.
I know.
So, Gartok, do you know how many summers you've lived through?
I can't remember how high somebody's talking count is.
I think it was like I don't even remember. It was like 15 or something
15
like
I
that?
thought.
Was it like 15 or 20? Am I
I think
wrong?
he started messing up at 11, but
Yeah, but we lost all of the progress of the first one because the potion wore off. It was very sad. But then we relearned to count together and we did better. I was thinking it was 18. I could be wrong.
I'll take 18. That's fine.
Gartok is way older than 18.
That's a good thing for a fucking lizard
Yeah.
folk, by the way.
Geriatric.
Hey, he's not that old. Calm down.
Back in my day, we were still chewing on bones for sustenance.
You need like
still do that.
5 minutes ago.
I still do that.
yeah, all right.
I eat demon flesh.
I think he'll hold up like he'll just think really hard and go. "10."
10.
I said 18 and then 10.
Oh, 1810. So Yin kind of thinks and he goes, That would explain the frilling around your upper gills. You are an elder amongst your people, Gartok. Wise beyond your years. A true survivor. Interesting.
He takes a kind of a deep breath and he sighs. So what next, sister?
Well,
You are the Archdruid of the Circle of the Shepherd, those who wait for your beck and call, as I can sense their presence within the confines of your grove, are eager to end what you have brought into this world. Your friend here, he nods down towards Bloodmane, I think he needs rest. I feel that my people maybe need rest as well.
we have plenty of space. We should rest, and I agree. I want to be done with this.
Torka kind of steps forward.
Yen. It is on the prime material, the full moon, and thus I must perform my 24-hour ritual to Foltis. Does it work the same way here? Or no?
Yin kind of looks confused and he goes to Winnie. How do the moon cycles work here?
So I would know. I know we've talked about it before. So since we're in the Grove, is it still the same time? Okay.
Still the same time frame. Yep.
And do the moon cycle work the same here since we stayed here?
They do work the same, but depending on the season that has fallen over the area of the grove you're in, they could be a little bit more intense or a little bit less intense, meaning they could be extended by days or reduced by days.
Okay.
And you know that it is, it was mentioned earlier that it is currently autumn.
And how
Or autumn in this area.
how many hours do we have until the actual full moon?
So right now, your best estimate is that it's probably 3:30, 4 p.m. And we're looking at midnight being game on.
That's actually a good point. We have another 24 hours.
Actually, I take that back. I'm sorry. It's 5:30 p.m.
We've got another 24-hour thing. So I guess what do you need to be able to do, Torka? I might be able to answer the question a little better.
Every full moon, I must submit myself to the divine might of Foltis in a clearing capable of allowing the moonlight itself to flood down upon me. It's a ritual of regeneration, of light, might, power. If I need to go back to the prime material, I may do that, and that's okay. But if you can make it happen here, I'm okay with that as well.
You shouldn't need to go back to the prime material. I can make sure that the forest opens up for you so you have the clearing you need.
So it will work the same way here, then.
That's my understanding. The moon cycles are the same.
Understood. Archdruid.
She kind of looks up at Yin.
It's getting late. I will see myself to somewhere capable of my ritual. Where can I go?
If you want to head into the forest, I will tell it to allow you to go where you are most comfortable, and it will clear for you.
You have Yin's tricks with bending the wood to your whim?
Yeah.
I like furbolgs. You're crafty people. Or maybe it's the druid thing. Fuck if I know.
It's probably a little of both.
Alright, then. And she kind of stands fully to her feet, picks up the weapons, and heads out of the room. And then she turns to the east, and Winnie, because obviously this is your grove, you can feel exactly where she's going. She walks about a quarter mile into the center of the grove to the east and just stops and waits.
Okay, yeah, and I would make sure that it's a clearing, like it's, lets her through, no problem.
Okay.
And I'll turn to Emig and I'll say, we need to make a plan for you.
Oh shit, that's a good fucking call. I forgot about his ass.
He's still not fully here.
Yin kind of sighs and he says, "What is wrong with him?"
So he he turns into a were creature, and for his people it's a gift, but I don't want him harming anybody here.
So Yin cuts you off and he says in Sylvan, he says, "Do you think we can bind him in silver shackles?"
In Sylvan, I'll reply, we have in the past. He's pretty strong, but maybe not right now. He doesn't like that. But I don't know what other choice we have while we're here.
What if we... Can you conjure a cage?
I considered that, to be honest. I thought about either a
No
cage-
shackles, no silver, just a cage.
Mhm.
Can he
Usually-
control himself?
Sometimes he can. I'm not sure what level of control it's at right now, especially since it seems to be tied to this creature. There's a lot of disdain. She says creature.
I'll allow you to maybe converse with him and figure out if he can actually control this thing, because if he can't, we need to take drastic measures for the good of the grove.
Honestly, we could have him go into the grove and I could control it from there.
Keep him confused?
And keep him away, at least.
Interesting. It's your choice.
She'll turn to
And
Emig.
he stops and he says, "And your friend's choices." He points to his people. "It is not our decision." Perfect.
You are members of the grove now. You are welcome to have an opinion.
He hears that.
She'll turn to Emig. He said he hears that. She'll turn to Emig and say, what level of control, and she'll say it in giant since he seems like he's still having some fog. What level of control do you feel you have for tonight?
That is a somewhat DM dependent question. So I will wait
He's just
because I
pensive.
need to ask.
Emig's very pensive. How much control do I have?
I have had good control for a time.
Oh god, I hit a piece of it. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm such an asshole.
Right now I'm not.
Shit. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm great.
He heard it.
Okay, so, Emig, why don't you go ahead and roll a, why don't you just go ahead and roll a, why don't you go ahead and roll a nature check for me and do it with advantage because of your level of mastery in this specific area? Okay. So, it's tough for you to tell because you've never had a transformation in another plane of existence outside of the prime material. However, if what Winnie just said is true and the moon cycles are very similar, there will be one of two effects. One is that you will transform against your will, but you will have complete control over it. And the other potential is that you will not transform at all so long as the moonlight is not directly striking you inside the boughs of the grove.
if I transform, I can maintain. But I think it's safest if I do not let the light of the moon find itself upon my body.
That's easy enough. And with that, there are roofs on these buildings, right?
There are roofs on the buildings. It's all made of plant material, so obviously light comes in and comes out. But you are the arc druid of this
Right, so
grove,
that's what I
so
was
if
gonna say,
you
so-
will the fucking vines to create black, it
As soon
creates
as
blackness.
Yeah, as soon as he says that, you would hear just.
Hang on one second. Was this all in? This was okay. Sorry, I'm just answering Sybil's question. Is that it was in giant?
Yeah, at least the part that I said was in giant. I don't know if Emic answered.
Yeah,
it.
he's responding in giant.
Okay.
And to be
Just
and
figuring out what I can note.
so I'm gonna kind of sidestep that there though, and say that because of Yin's capability of diplomacy and translation, and the fact that he's a furbolg, he would probably be whispering out loud in common to his people exactly what they're saying.
Yes, you.
So you guys would be able to comprehend it.
And at some point when he would go into comment and apologize and say, right now this is easiest for him. I'll make sure everybody's informed. But as soon as Emic says he'd rather not have the moonlight touch his body, the vines that make the roof would tighten, and any light that was coming through would no longer be coming through.
Yeah, and as that happens, literally everything inside goes completely fucking dark, and you guys hear kind of like a squeak in the corner, and Rodicio goes, "Well, it's okay, Boleta. Yeah, we just here. Let me get one of these things out." And there's like this kind of like shuffling in the corner, and then you hear like the sound of like metal, and then like a cardboard tube, boom, off of like a piece of wood, and he goes, "Oh, shit, that didn't work like I would expected. Give me a moment." And then you hear, "Igneous." And he holds this stick up in the air, and the end of it, it absolutely erupts in flame. And he goes, "It's not the moonlight, but it's a summerlight. Not sunlight, some a light. It's kind of like a sunlight because it's bright in the heart, but never mind. I'm sorry. I stay quiet because nobody wasn't. I should not be interjecting in your conversations. My apologies."
We won't keep it this way. I just wanted to make sure it would work, and then she'll loosen it so sunlight comes in so he can see again.
No, it's no problem. I just know that there's like 15 humans in here and none of them can see in the dark. Am I right? Am I right about the humans not being able to see in the... I'm sorry, that was racist. My apologies. And he just goes really quiet and scoots himself into the corner.
I can't see in the dark, so thank you for the light.
Neither can Boleta.
Yeah, so the vines will loosen up so that light's shining through so you can see again. But
Okay.
we should be able to make it work tonight, you know. Why don't we all go sit and eat? And Ulrich needs to rest very badly.
I also do.
Yeah, being rock sucks.
Winnie will
I-
wince.
Still don't feel quite as I should.
You don't.
I don't know if that was from death or before, but can I see the dark veins? Can I see the dark veins, or is it only on like the neck where I can't see it?
No, with you, because of how deep it penetrated, it's all the way up into your knuckles. So, like, into the very last knuckle before your fingertips, it's all the way up there. If you flip your arm over, it is your main veins running all the way into the palm of your hand. It's everywhere on you.
And this might be a problem.
Would I recognize what that is? Would I be able to figure out what that is?
I think you already tried to do that a couple sessions ago.
Yeah, okay.
I think everybody did.
It doesn't feel like the blood rot did, or the blue rot, whatever that was.
I don't.
But
know
I
how to
feel
fix
like
this.
shit. Sleep will help. Sleep always helps. Or if we can't get sleep yet, please tell me you have some of the coffee still.
Yeah, she'll pull out the big ass bag of coffee beans.
Just casually pulls out 50 pounds, 49 pounds of coffee.
I'm pretty sure this is what helped you successfully come back.
That's a lot of beans.
No, I'll get through it. Yes, coffee, please. And then sleep, and then more coffee.
Let's go. And then Winnie will head. She'll help. She'll offer Emig a hand because I believe he's still on the ground. Try to help him up.
So, Sybil, as you go to kind of like get up and move, Bloodmane, you can react as you'd like. If you're gonna take Winnie's hand.
Yeah, yep. He'll take the hand. Still very out of it, but he'll take the hand.
Okay. So, Bloodmane kind of gets helped to his feet. You guys can see he looks weak as shit.
Yeah, I'd like drape his arm around and help him walk and stuff.
Yeah, he's not looking great. Sybil, as you kind of as everybody is standing and kind of like turning to walk away, you know, the folks in the room that are with Yin, also including a standard bearer, they begin to kind of like move and shift. Brodicio, he still holds the torch with Boletta. He doesn't really do anything. But Sybil, you feel a hand, a big fucking meaty hand on your right shoulder, and you feel kind of a presence over like the left side of your face.
I'm pretty sure she's going to like flinch and like reach for a blade on that because she was not expecting that.
Yeah,
Whether
and
she
as
gets it out or not.
So as you start to dart for the blade, you feel a gauntleted hand kind of like grab at the scabbard, and you hear Yin say in Auran, "You've done very good by my sister and for my sister, and for that, may the grace of Obed High cure the curse that runs through your veins." And you feel this pulse of very, very, very warm, almost hot energy ripple through your cardiovascular system. Every one of your veins, from your heart to every finger and toe tip that you've got on your body, all the way up to your head, kind of sizzle for just a moment. And you guys see this steam rise off of Sybil. And he is going to use his improved divine touch, his cleansing touch, and cast greater restoration on you. And you see the black veins burn away.
Winnie would certainly turn, and over her shoulder she would say, "Thank you, Yinny. So glad you're here."
Sybil would definitely have the... It's not quite as dramatic as, you know, Bloodmane's waking from the dead gas, but it's pretty damn similar, as she was not expecting any of that. She does still use air, she just not frequently.
He lets go, and he says, "My apologies. This is in common." He switches immediately back to common. "I should have probably asked first, and I'm sorry for that intrusion, but..."
I feel tired, but considerably better. Thank you. Truly.
He nods and picks his massive tower shield up, and just continues to follow the rest of the group out. Gartok, Ulrich, are either of you doing anything in this time? Oh, yep, go ahead, Sybil. I see that hand.
Sorry.
I see that hand. I see the...
No, I have a DM question there.
Yes, please.
So I'm assuming my max HP...
So your max HP...
Reduction.
Yeah, so your HP goes back to normal. You are still at whatever you've been healed to.
Okay.
But
so...
but the reduction is gone.
Okay, that answered both questions. Thank you. I was down 27 hit points permanently. That sucked.
Yeah, that was no good.
Yeah, well, at least you're not fucking stone.
Nobody's stone.
True.
Why are we fucking stoned? That sounds like
don't do
a
that
horrible
either.
life choice.
Yeah, listen, there are options, folks. Yeah, Bloodmane's out. Okay.
Oh, so tentacles are fine, but the stone's where you draw the line.
All right, so Ulrich and Gartok, are either of you doing anything in this time?
No, I'm kind of just sitting around waiting for people to get going over because he's about ready to fall asleep on his feet, but he doesn't want to be the first one to leave.
Okay.
Winnie, if I drink this potion of healing, she pulls out the greater one. Do we have more in the bag to replace it?
Don't do that.
Well, they're all
First
tired.
this.
Okay. I can't do much of that anymore.
Okay, 4th level cure wounds.
Oh, wait, hang on. Apparently I can. Unless that reset when I died. That doesn't seem right. I know I used hit dice in the last fight.
I don't know. I don't. Maybe.
They must have reset when I died and then came back to life. I didn't hit a rest button or anything. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of moot at this point because I know
Okay.
you guys will rest between them, so
Yeah.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I noticed that I had all my sorcery points back, but I didn't hit a rest button either. So I was just like, I'm just gonna pretend like I have 0.
Yeah, well, no, just assume that you're at full because you guys are getting a long rest anyway. So at least I assume.
Yeah, we're going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one way or another, we do the Healy things.
Yeah, and I would heal Emig until I couldn't, for sure. And then
Okay.
if anybody in Yinny's party looked rough, especially with their cleric having walked away.
They actually looked like they were at full health. Every
Okay.
single one of them, except for Torka, who was bleeding from the eyes, but she seemed that she had that under control in some way, shape, or form.
And
And as we're like turning to walk out, I would take a good look at Falcona again and take a deep breath and then just sort of make that pledge again in my own mind and then head out. So yeah, so when you would get everybody over to, where we eat and just would make sure that everything is functioning because Falcona's not here and she usually did all that stuff. So just like really paying attention and using the growth to its fullest.
Yeah. So when you,
As-
go ahead.
Nope, sorry, I was gonna say is Ulrich, like Sybil's gonna kind of fall back near Ulrich. Say, I don't know about you, but the good berry was enough for me. Wanna go sleep?
I'm gonna go sit with people just to see what's said, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. You still hurt? I got a little bit of healing left if you are.
Emig needs it more.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do. I'm sure we'll do it, but
And whenever we can make our escape, I'm fucking tired.
Well, we're eating where we sleep, so might as well wait. Well, at least that's where I sleep.
I would be. There's no kelp forest around here?
I don't think so.
Darn,
That would be
best
weird if
night's
there
sleep.
was.
Best night's sleep I ever got.
Technically, I don't think you got it. So
Well, that's. There's nothing she can say to that, so she falls silent after grumbling a little.
So Emig is healed. What's that with the heal spell? 70 plus the 21, so 91.
91. Yeah. And then I did close wounds on him as well.
Okay. So, and for the sake of brevity, we can
Just
call
so
that full
everybody
healed.
can-
As you guys get back into the main meeting area, which is here, you see the rest of Yin's crew here, and Yin, as he's in here, he says, "So there doesn't appear to be quite enough places for us to sleep. Winfina, are there any other accommodations that maybe I could take my crew to?"
Yeah, there are. She'll like point out there are sleeping areas all around. I can create more if we have to as well.
No, that's okay. As long as we'll look around and we'll give you some time to situate yourselves. If you'll excuse us for the evening, may Obed-High bless you and bless this grove.
She would give him a big old hug again, and then
Yeah.
like not want to let go to a point where it's like an annoying sister needs to push her off.
Yeah, he kind of like shrugs her off and get good rest. It's well deserved and much needed.
You too.
And they all start to kind of file out.
Okay. After we eat and stuff, Winnie will, like once everybody's kind of bedding down, she'll make the roof on this building really tight so that no moonlight can shine through.
Okay.
Emek, you're absolutely sure that you are comfortable with staying here?
Yes.
Okay.
So, the food on the table that was here that kind of like constantly refreshed itself, Winnie, as you come in and kind of like note it, it has all turned to that same kind of burnt charcoal and frozen in place on the table. But obviously you can will it to regrow, recreate, because you have control of the grove.
Would
So
I be able to grab like one of the charcoaled apples?
sure.
I'm just gonna put it in my backpack.
Okay, you can add a petrified apple to your backpack. Weight's negligible.
Okay.
Emotional weight, on the other hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit deeper.
Not negligible at all.
Okay, and you guys are taking then just a long rest. Also, to note, Candace, the seagull kind of has created a small like nest out of vines and pieces of the interior of this. Oh, there's that sweet little baby. And he has created a little nest for himself, and he's kind of like coddled himself down for the evening.
Yeah, I would have the grove help him with that to make sure it's nice and comfy, like a good home.
He looks very happy.
Okay. Winnie wouldn't be able to fall asleep right away for sure. She will rest. She'll do a long rest, but she'll be up for a bit.
I'm fucking tired. I'm out.
I will not be on resting immediately, I believe, because as far as I'm aware, I will be missing like 30 HP and one spell slot. So,
I'm gonna try and heal myself before I go to sleep. So
Okay.
Gartok will probably like wander off in the grove. And sorry, I'm getting this good messages from Cat complaining about. But I will set up a small, just a miniature target, and it like using like sticks and stuff I forage, and it's gonna look oddly similar to the creature we fought earlier.
The spider creature?
Yeah, with the giant eye.
Okay.
And I'm gonna set up like a couple of those and use them as target practice, essentially.
Okay. All right. So you target practice through the evening, through the majority of the evening until you get tired. Okay. Is anybody else doing anything of note?
Actually, I think that noticing where Gartok went within the grove, when he would take a little stroll down there.
Okay, and you can spy on him at your leisure, as this is your grove.
Right. But she'd walk down and she'd say, Gartok, I want to make sure you know that what happened wasn't your fault. Sometimes things are tricky. Things that we fight can be tricky. And sometimes they're very particularly tricky in your mind. There's nothing we could have done.
That's why practice.
I wish I could practice to get better. But just make sure that you get rest when you're ready. Don't stay up all night. And then she'd leave him to it.
I'd like to think that somewhere in between like the spider targets, there's one that's shaped vaguely like a hobgoblin.
Okay.
And he lands a couple good headshots on that fucker.
Yeah,
I'd
that
like
was
to
all.
think.
Go ahead.
I'd like to think that although like Bloodmane no longer really sleeps or needs to sleep, that he really is in no place to read and just wants to lay the fuck down and let Oblivion take him once more.
Yeah, and as Bloodmane kind of lays down, Emig, you hear kind of the whooshing of the sea. You hear the waves go from calm to quite violent. You don't hear thunder or anything like that, or rain, but you definitely hear the upset of the ocean kind of calling out. And as the night progresses and the full moon takes hold, the moon does beam down upon the opening in the grove, but the moonlight does not penetrate this specific abode, and you begin to sweat profusely as you are almost going through almost like a what's the best way to describe it, like almost like a drug or an alcohol withdrawal where you just are sweating profusely, but you do not transform through the night. You maintain your focus and your concentration, and you hear the constant crashing of the waves kind of calling out to you. But you are capable of actually obtaining your rest. And with that, you guys take your long rest. You awake the next morning. This is the Saturday, the 8th of Ogtet. We'll say it's about 8 a.m. And everybody kind of comes to in your respective beds. Everybody can benefit themselves from a long rest. Ulrich, do me a favor, since it's the next dawn, and roll the 4d6 for your staff. And add 2. All right. Oh, hell yeah. So 21. So I believe that puts your staff at 40.
Yep.
All right. So you guys awake the next morning. What is it you would like to do?
DM question, I can
Yeah.
reduce down to 3, correct?
Yeah,
For
yeah.
my penalty? Cool.
Correct. Yep, you are at -3 now. Yep.
I am going to roll some hit dice.
Okay.
Does Bloodmane really remember anything from going under with the patron, the whole 9 yards?
Yeah, you remember everything. Yep, everything, all the whispers, the whole monologue that kind of happened before the call out, you remember all of it. And that kind of replays throughout the evening. Like as the waves are crashing, you are hearing the whispers again and again.
You guys would be used to when he kind of like hopping up in the morning and getting moving and stuff. She just lays there for a little bit rather than getting up and getting moving.
I think Sybil's going to be doing the opposite of what she normally does, too. She's going to be up, not even bothering you for coffee. She's going to go out and find a spot. She'll probably go into the trading area right away before food. We're trying to work through some of the fatigue unsuccessfully.
Eventually, when he go ahead.
Warthog will also be up very early, as he just normally is. And he will grab probably a fish that's on the table. It's gone now until when he wakes up. And he will then walk down to his little training area that he set up and I guess continue practicing there. Maybe give like a nod to Sybil's as they probably cross paths.
Yeah, Ulrich pretty much stays in bed until someone drags him out at this point.
Yeah, Winnie would get up after a while. Mood would show up and she'd take a peek over at Ulrich and Emig's beds, make sure that everybody's good. Walk over to Emig's bed, at the foot of his bed, and see if he's reading or what he's doing.
He's just kind of lying there, staring off into space.
Yeah, and as you look down at Bloodmane with his eyes kind of open but staring kind of up and almost out of it, almost in like a semi-catatonic state, you realize that both of his eyes now have gone moonblind. Though he can see, Bloodmane you can see without any issue, but yeah, both of his eyes have changed.
She'd whisper, "Can you hear me?" in Giant.
Yes.
Are you angry?
No.
What are you?
Here.
Do you want to be?
I don't think I should be.
Why?
I should be dead, paying my debts. Instead, I tarry here with the living. The black waves call me. I have no home here.
When I died, what drove you to bring me back?
You're important. Without you, everything is lost.
That's the truth for all of us, not just me. A title doesn't mean anything. It's what we do in this world. You've dragged all of us back from a dark place at one time or another, some of us multiple times. You don't get to give up.
Okay, Druid King.
She'll,
Slowly swing his trunks of legs over the side of the bed and start to sit up.
she'll offer a hand to, have him come to his feet.
He'll take it.
Then she's gonna hug him really, really tight.
He'll take that even though it's awkward.
Winnie, as you kind of grab him and hug him tight and kind of don't feel necessarily reciprocation but feel acceptance, you realize that something is off about the grasp, and that is that he is not carrying his greatsword because nobody picked it up when he died.
So he doesn't reciprocate the hug.
He accepts it and kind of awkwardly works his arm around and pats or whatever one does to a furbolg, you know.
She'd probably, once she realized that the hug wasn't getting returned, she would let go and I do not. Are you insightful?
I wouldn't say particularly at any given time, but now especially not.
Yeah. So she'd have kind of a weird look on her face, I guess, and then just sort of walk away and say, "I'll make sure everybody has food." And she'll like move her hand, food will show up, and she actually walks out of the building.
Yeah, so you guys see the food kind of like rise up and out of the platters, hot, fresh, and ready to consume.
Is Emic hungry?
You tell me. I mean, yeah, I would assume so. Probably pretty fucking hungry, especially after a death experience like that's. Oof.
All right, he's going to the table.
It's as good as you remember too. I mean, it's, you know, if nothing else brings Emic joy, I know goddamn well it's fighting and food. So this is one of those two. You could fight for your food if you want and get, you know, double sustenance, but. Alright, so what is Winnie doing?
She goes into the other building. She'll say good morning to Rodicio. And she's just gonna sit down next to the statue of Falcona.
Yeah, so the statue of Falcona, interestingly enough, has around the form of her now kind of twisted statuesque appearance has grown vines up and around her body to make her look a little bit more lifelike, and small blue and yellow orchids have sprouted out of the vines and have kind of turned upwards, looking towards the cracks in the ceiling, looking for sunlight.
I'd probably open up a little bit more sunlight over her just to, you know, try to do something.
Yeah, and as you do so, as the cracks kind of split open in the ceiling and the sunlight kind of beams down a little harder, you see the orchids that were kind of turned, you know, kind of like at a slant. You watch them physically turn upwards towards the light.
Then I would just, she's sitting, so when you pull her knees into her chest and just kind of sit there with Falcona for a few minutes. If Rodicio tries to interact, she would totally interact with him.
Yeah, Brodicio's kind of awkwardly sitting there as you kind of just like sit down next to her, and he kind of glances over. I don't have too much to say, but I'm sorry for your friend. If it makes any difference, I would probably be lost in a reality I don't want to know without Beleta. So I understand your sorrows, Archdruid.
Thanks, Rodicio.
If I happen at some point upon the capability of providing you a scroll of the truest resurrections, I will make sure it comes to you at the greatest discount I can possibly offer.
Thank you. I'll pay whatever it takes.
He kind of turns a little bit away from you, just almost as if he's giving you some privacy, and he's counting coins with Beleta.
Okay. Yeah, so she's honestly like, it's almost like she can't tear herself away from it right now, especially with everybody else being out, nobody needing anything, so she's just chilling with Falcona at the moment.
Okay. So we'll say, for the sake of brevity, we'll say 4 hours goes by. We'll call it noon. As noon comes, what is it that you guys would like to do? It is kind of your scene.
I think for lunch, when presuming everybody kind of goes and gathers roughly at lunchtime, or even a little bit before, I am going to go and seek out the Winnie's family and friends, seek out that little motley crew. Probably late morning, realistically. See if I can find Yinny specifically. You noticed, or rightfully called me out, I suppose, about telling stories. And I was wondering if you might like to hear one about your sister.
This was to Yin, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, as he's kind of like sitting, everybody's kind of sitting down for lunch. They're all here, and he kind of smiles. He says, "I think I'd love to hear a story of my sister and maybe all of you in your exploits."
I've gathered you know some of what we've done. Is there a particular thing you'd like to know more about?
He thinks, and he smiles again, and he says, "Whispers have come through the ether to many of us fighting against this great evil about your assault on a conclave of hags. What stories do you have to tell about that, storyteller?"
So there is, for anyone who's particularly perceptive, or even just vaguely on the this side of the bloodbane spectrum, um, she pales a little bit before she like regains her composure, as her brain immediately goes through doppel hell. Um, but then that is quite the story indeed. And actually, it starts before I met any of them. And then she will launch into, please dice don't fail me, hopefully her best rendition of the highlight reel of hags, trying to play up the epic moments from each of them. Winnie, yeeting a hag off a cliff by her hair, making it a little comedic when there were like downfalls, like getting caught in a hag-driven snare trap, and just make it, ebb and flow, and it'll go longer than the 10 minutes that's requisite there. She's going to try and weave as much of a start to finish story as she can of the hags. Make
Okay.
it a true epic.
Go ahead and give me a performance check, and you can do that with advantage.
I'd like to think, because this is while we're all here and eating, as you said, that Gartok's listening in because he wasn't there for most of that as well. Jesus.
Well, as Sybil is wont to do, she downplays her own involvement in things and very much focuses on the others. Yeah. And Lucy, I can give you some of my notes at some point if you actually want to get filled in. But we are nearing the end.
I think most of it's going to go over Gartok's head anyways, with the house that speaks, so I think...
Oh, she can weave a story for any audience, especially with that kind of fucking role.
For sure. She dumbs it down at certain parts so that, Gartok, when his eyes are, in opposite directions and crossed at the same time, that they just kind of like, right themselves.
The arrow darted through the, I have his attention.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so Gartok gets he gets it, and then at the end of this story, which you feel like you have at least the group of Yin's followers kind of enthralled in this story as they're literally sitting on the edge of their seats listening. It comes to the conclusion with the crone and the vanquishing of the crone and the end of that storyline. Everybody benefits from the storyteller's story, and what are the HP? What is it?
So it's 18. I can only do 6 at a time, so it's like each group as it makes sense. But yeah, 18.
Easily. So everybody is benefited from this, and everybody gains 18 temporary hit points for the day.
which I can't put on my token at the moment if we're using that
Oh
as a
shit!
negative tracker.
You know what? Hang on. I've got that on a separate thing. You can go ahead and remove that cat and just change it to your 18. Yeah, I've got it on my calendar. So
Cool.
don't forget, by the way, that Ulrich did have a magic item you guys could not identify.
Oh, that's right.
The stone. So yeah, everybody sits as the story's being told. Everybody sits and listens very intently. Everybody's eating. Food is repopulating in these trays, and everybody seems to have good full bellies and good heroic stories under their belt.
I think at some point when like Sybil's done telling her story and there's like just a bit of quiet, Gartok will probably turn towards like Winnie. I assume Bloodman close by, and he'll just kind of glance. Actually, he'll glance at both of them at the same time because it's Gartok, and he'll just kind of go, "When we find again."
What was that? One more time.
I asked when do we try again, but in Gartok speak.
Cool.
Well, it didn't want us to.
So?
Yin kind of looks over the table at Gartok, and he kind of nods at Gartok, and he says, "What exactly did happen in this last endeavor of yours, sister?"
Well, she takes a deep breath and sighs it out. We went to try to save a friend, and this creature. Oh, I gotta look up the name of my notes.
Bone Tyrant.
Yeah, that. It there was an anti-magic field, but we didn't pick up on that fast enough, and that was how Emig and Sybil died. Was unable to be healed, and then it messed with mine and Gartok's minds, so we weren't able to attack it because it charmed us.
So Torka puts a hand up, and she says,
You said Bone Tyrant?
Yes.
That was no anti-magic field. That was a field of entropy. It prevents those within it from being healed.
I guess that makes sense. We were able to cast the spell. It just didn't work.
Can you find a way to make yourselves immune to it and slay the creature if you found it again? Healing in that situation would prove most beneficial, I believe.
I think I actually can, but it will leave me wrecked badly.
Maybe if we make sure you do everything you can first, then do that and you step out of combat. We know I'm capable of healing.
Is there a way to rejuvenate you, son of Bahamut?
That's the unfortunate downside of using a wish, because that's what I would have to do.
You see her eyes kind of light up. A wish? And Yin just goes, "No."
And she says, "But what if we wish away his downfall? They could succeed at what they have started." And he kind of sighs and leans back in his chair. Wish magic is so dangerous. And we have the ability. We have one charge left on this ring. But it's so dangerous. What if we fail? She
I will.
Go
I
ahead.
can. Once, if I did it, I would still be able to cast. I would still be able to heal. It would just every spell would hurt me in return, and I can't stop it from hurting me. So it would. I'd have to balance healing versus then healing myself would still hurt myself. So yeah. So it would. It's gonna be an issue, but I could render that effect completely useless.
Well, technically, and no offense, Yin, I found that ring. So, what if I suggest we give it to one of them to aid their chosen? It could negate all of their trials, tribulations, and maybe they could succeed at what they started out on. And he kind of sighs again. Yes, we could do that. But again, what if this wish we have stored in this ring is necessary for something else in the future? We still have the World Breaker to contend with after all is said and done. What is your game plan? He kind of looks out to the group. He kind of locks eyes with Winnie, Sybil, Gartok, Ulrich, Bloodmane. What is your plan after this endeavor you've embarked upon?
Well,
Wait.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, You have a ring that has one wish in it, like capital W wish. Ulrich, how does that compare to what you can do?
I don't know.
Ulrich, you can make an Arcana check with advantage because you have the spell. You know enough about the spell that if you were to cast it through an item, it could still have the same effect on you. It would still tax your spirit because you were the one invoking it. And it would probably require somebody else to utilize it if they were going to try to wish away your, negative effects.
But would it then tax them the same way it would tax me?
If that's how the spell reads, which I believe it is.
Is that absolutely?
Yeah, yeah.
They were sacrificing one person for another at that point because using the ring in that manner would still rack the person casting it. So
then I summon first. You wish, I wish. You heal.
Or what if I were to charge one of my companions with aiding you, and they tax themselves so that you five can do your duties, and they step to the rear?
If there's an assurance that they'll be safe, I'm okay with it, but we can't have any more loss. We can't have any more loss.
At this point, Torka, she stands up and she says,
It's my ring, technically. So, I should go. and wish away the ill effects of the Dragonborn. Yes?
Winnie will just look over at Yenny.
He catches your eye, and then he looks over at Torka. She's technically right. It is her ring. She found it. And if she were to stand as a champion of Foltis and make that decision, I do not command this crusade, or what is left of it. That's up to her. And she kind of cuts in. Well, then that's done. Give me my ring, Yenny. He kind of glances down at his pouches, and he reaches into one, and he pulls out this small golden ring that has 3 pearls in it, 2 of which are completely dull gray, and 1 that is glowing vibrantly. If this is truly the route you intend to go, if defeating this creature is necessary for you and your companions, then I have no choice but to offer up a friend to make that willing sacrifice, as well as this item, as it is not mine to dictate. And he kind of sets it on the table.
We still gotta find the bastard.
Oh, I can scry.
And Yenny smiles again, and he glances over at the fire genasi. I think that she may be able to assist you in the divination process. Is that right? And she kind of rolls her eyes hard, and as she looks over towards Winnie, you see the smoke hair kind of like covers up her mouth for a moment, and as it dissipates, you see she's smiling, and she says, I'm more than capable enough to find this creature. If I have a description, or if I can aid you in a divination, I'm sure. If it's truly what you need to do, I suppose.
Alright. Are we gonna try this again?
Rotok looks like ready to go, and he'll nod.
Is there any chance we can get? No, he doesn't have any. Never mind. Trying to think of more regions for greater restoration, but
what are the regions for that? Diamond dust?
yeah, it's diamond dust.
Okay. Yeah, at that point, then the fire genasi will kind of half smirk, and she says, I may or may not have a little bit of diamond dust on me. I could give you my charge. Don't need it here. At least I hope not. Do I need it here?
You know, when I scried last time, I had the magic ball, or the crystal ball, I think.
You can also do it with a pool of,
Or a
you know,
mirror.
crystal clear water, or...
Yeah. Actually, we were going to have a pool set up here. I don't think we ever actually completed that task, but yeah, I was able to. Are you scrying? Is that what you're actually going to be doing?
I mean, I can scry. I've got, you know, items on me that can do that if you are into crystal balls, I suppose.
I have been once. Unless you know of a more precise way to locate the creature.
She rolls her eyes hard. Not on this plane of existence. But in others, maybe. Possibly, I don't know.
Maybe we can return back to our plane and through the gate even, and try it once we're there. But she's gonna look around at everybody. We need to all be in agreement that this is the route we want to go. We have more people throwing themselves on the line for us now.
It's about this point that Emix starts looking a little panicked. My blade, where is my blade?
We have to go back either way. We are more concerned about you than the blade.
He goes quiet and a little pale. I can't fail again.
You didn't.
There's no arguing with that which resides below the waves.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation about that.
There is no conversation. Only
Perfect.
action.
Winnie's gonna stand up and step out, and then she's actually gonna go over to Berdicio.
All right, I'm gonna halt it right there so we don't get too deep into the 11 o'clock hour here. So we will go ahead and pause here as Winnie is stepping into Perdicio's chambers. But before we go, as Emig is saying this, Yin, who is now ungauntleted, he will kind of put his hand over and in front of Emig's plate, and he's just gonna kind of look to the right and at him and just say, "We are not beneath the waves right now. And if we or you need to submerge ourselves at some point to face this entity, whether it be through conversation or combat, know that you are not alone. Through Obid High, many things are possible." And you hear Torka say, "And Foltis." Yes, and through Foltis, of course. So do not fear, my friend. Thank you, by the way. He kind of glances around to the rest of the group. Thank you all for keeping my sister safe. And for allowing this, and he kind of gestures to the room as a whole, to even be a possibility. And we'll go ahead and end our session there for tonight, my friends. Excellent.
Holy fucking drama.
Oh, I know. Hey, listen. You kids want a soap opera? Because this is how you get a soap opera. Ope on a rope. No,
There are
not ope
so
on a
many
rope.
of my notes that are just a line of exclamation points and not an actual explanation.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back in 2 weeks, you guys, for session number 71. It'll be our normal Saturday session. Everybody is obviously fully rested. We'll pick up with Winnie having a chat with Berdicio and the rest of the melodrama in the main room panning out. And then, yeah, we'll just dive into it from there and start planning for our January games. So we will see you guys. Let me just...
Preemptive warning, I will not be able to linger after that game because I will be getting on the road as soon as it's done.
Okay, yeah, understood. So yeah, we will make sure that we end that promptly at 2 Eastern, so 1 your guys' time, I believe. On the 28th, we won't see you guys until then, so have an excellent Christmas if you celebrate, and holiday if you don't. But yeah, until then, if you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message, and we'll figure it out from there. Lucy, go get some sleep. It's like fucking 7 a.m. your time.
Yeah.
I will, but first I have to message Candace about issues that me and Kat discussed.
Oh boy.
I told him he did the right thing finding an adult.
Part of my messages included, "Do it, coward. Bet you won't." So.
And that is my challenge, so I accepted it. Maybe because it's only fair, because every time Xavier says, "Do it," or "Bet you won't" in, like, Sunday games, I do it, so I think it's fair.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Bonkin's easily persuadable, so.
So's Gardock. So
That's
is
true.
The whole thing
Ray.
about bet you won't. So.
Yeah, there is a... Yes, exactly. Bet you won't. Oh, fucking really. Alright, guys, thanks. Excellent fucking session. We'll see you guys in a couple of weeks. Have a great holiday, and enjoy your time with family and friends. Oh, see yas.
Awesome.
Have a good
See
one.
ya.
Bye-bye.
Thank you guys.
Alright, for our friends in stream here, we are going to go ahead and raid out. Let me just find somebody really quickly. Let's see. We've got Kate Met doing art. We've got Cassedrian. We've got Thug. Ash is doing Fortnite. Why don't we raid? We haven't seen Kate Met. Actually, Kate Met is doing a 3-year anniversary stream. I haven't seen her in a minute. So we'll go ahead and raid her and wish her a happy 3-year anniversary stream. Or stream-anniversary stream, I should say. And again, thank you all so much for hanging out. For those of you who hung out with us throughout the evening, we will be back for session 71 in 2 weeks. Let's go ahead and get that raid going. Let's see. K-A-I-T-M-E-Z. Alright. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow night. Candace and I will be back tomorrow night. We're going to be playing some Warhammer Online, Return of Reckoning. And then we'll be back on Sunday for more of our amazing Sunday night Boundless Valor stream. So if you want more D&D content, swing back by. It'll be on Candace's channel. She is Nerdy Knots on Twitch. We'll see you then. Bye, guys.